Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Correct.
Sir, it's the house.
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
Whoops. Nope, no dog. Yeah, jeez. Way down on the screen there. No dog camera. Still painting going on. Well, good news. Barry Morphiew has been... I wonder if Barry Morphiew will turn into the new Karen Reed, you know, or the new Richard Allen. Oh, it's got to be corrupted, everything. No, Barry Morphiew, I believe, absolutely killed his wife, and he just, you know, basically got away with it the first time. Right, so they had to drop the charges, which means it's still active. I mean, it's still, you can charge him again. And then they found Suzanne Morphew's body last year, or maybe the year, I mean, it seems like it was last year, but man, the way time flies, it would have been 2 years ago. But we mapped all that out too, and then they've been reinvestigating it again, and they've arrested him. All right. So, and by the way, I put out a video today. It started doing pretty good, and then it just sort of went as per usual, even though everybody seemed to like it who watched it. One person said, "Gray, your video was too confusing." I go, man, I don't think I could make a video that was more easily understandable than that one. You know, I think these people just show up as trolls. Anyways, here's the press conference. So you guys want to listen to that first? See what they have to say. This is the press conference regarding Barry Morphiew. But if you guys are out there and want to support the channel, I'm saying that now because every time I play press conferences, the channel just absolutely gets creamed. So if you guys have the ability to during the, still got to try to reach the goals, etc. End of the month is fast approaching yet again. All right, here we go. Oh, I gotta turn up the volume. There we go.
I appreciate the members of the media that are here today. I scheduled this briefing to provide an update on the investigation that has been in the hearts and minds of the people of Chaffee County since Mother's Day of 2020. Suzanne Morphiew was reported missing on Mother's Day 5 years ago. Law enforcement has never stopped working to obtain justice for this mother of two, this daughter, this sister, and this beloved member of the Chaffee County community. Through the tireless efforts of the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office, the Saguache County Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I can announce today that the 12th Judicial District Grand Jury returned an indictment. The grand jury has indicted Barry Morphiew on the single count of murder in the first degree. Law enforcement, the Chaffee County community, and Colorado as a whole has never stopped fighting for justice for Suzanne. Cold case homicides are tremendously difficult. They're difficult for the families of the victims and the communities who wait patiently for answers. While it may seem at times that the world forgets about these victims, I can assure you that my law enforcement partners and Colorado's law enforcement community do not forget. Every unsolved murder is a tragedy, and we must never give up on our efforts to find answers in these cases.
Hey, whoa. Come on, 8675309. Jeez. And everybody put out the positive vibes for 8675309. All the crap she has to deal with, it's unbelievable. Hey, Allah, hey, Allah, Ron Pexa! Hopefully that gave you a little smile there. 8675309. Very kind, very kind. And thank you, Cheryl Moran.
My office will be prosecuting the indictment as Suzanne's remains were found in Saguache County, which is a county within my jurisdiction, the 12th Judicial District. I am extremely appreciative of Michael Doherty, who is the elected district attorney in Boulder County. He has consistently committed material resources to small rural DA's offices like mine to assist in the sometimes Herculean efforts to bring justice for victims in rural areas of our state. His commitment to rural Colorado he's continued his commitment with this case. He's provided me with the assistance of a chief deputy.
By the way, doesn't Ron Pexa sound like he should be a wrestler? And fighting out of the other the far corner is Ron Pexa. Oh yeah, he's got a record of 33 and yeah. That was Molly Tibbetts, right? That was Molly Tibbetts' trial.
In the Boulder County District Attorney's Office to assist me with the investigation and the prosecution. Colorado's community of prosecutors is committed to assisting wherever the need arises. In addition to Mr. Doherty's assistance, District Attorney John Walsh of the Denver District Attorney's Office has committed to providing me with appellate guidance during the case proceedings. So today I have with me Chaffee County Sheriff Andy Rorick. I stand united with Sheriff Rorick and Under Sheriff Alex Walker. I stand united in announcing this indictment. Through this process, I have seen firsthand how deeply Sheriff Rorick and Under Sheriff Alex Walker and the entire Sheriff's Department in Chaffee County cares about this case. I am proud and appreciative of our cross-jurisdictional partnership and their hard and excellent work.
She has lizard eyes. In my world, that's a compliment.
I also stand with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who has never wavered in its commitment to this investigation, providing essential intelligence and investigative resources and expertise through the years. I also recognize and appreciate our continued partnership with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation has done incredible work, and their CBI agents and analysts have worked very, very hard to advance the goal of finding answers in this investigation. Here representing the CBI is Agent in Charge Chris Adams with CBI's Pueblo office. I also stand with Saguache County Sheriff Dan Warwick, who is here with me as well. He and his office immediately answered the call to action when Suzanne's remains were found in the county he represents. Sheriff Warwick and his deputies are an essential part of this team, responding to the recovery of Suzanne's remains with the highest level of dignity and professionalism. I also want to continue to recognize what I have come to expect in my years as a prosecutor, and that is multi-jurisdictional and multi-state cooperation and partnership.
Now, this is new. Barry Morphiew, they dropped all the charges and everything back then.
I want to recognize the Arizona Department of Public Safety, who immediately responded to our team's request for assistance in locating and arresting Barry Morphiew in the Phoenix area. Mr. Morphiew will be held by Arizona authorities pending extradition proceedings in that state. And upon conclusion of those proceedings, Mr. Morphiew will be transported to Alamosa County to stand trial on the indictment. This indictment has been unsealed upon the arrest of Mr. Morphiew. I asked for this briefing to provide you with an update and provide information to the community.
That's where she was found, right there.
Me and my team recognize the importance of being laser focused on the prosecution and to speak with one voice. And so for that reason, all of the agencies that have been involved in getting us to this place, as well as the prosecutors that have been willing to assist me in this investigation and prosecution, they have all been instructed to send any media requests to my office, and so that's what I'd ask of you. In an effort to be transparent, I'd like to thank the the Office of the Judicial District in this district for making the indictment immediately available, and so you can get a copy.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll tell you one thing I always notice, like in cases, whenever you've got like the prosecutors always become really attractive to people. Like they go, like you could have, like Juan Martinez is the most unattractive person in the world. But because he was battling Jodi Arias, he became like Rob Lowe or something. I mean, it was ridiculous. It's like, who cares, man? I agree with what Cheryl was saying up there. But it seems like every time we have a case and there's, even in that manhunt, that one sheriff gets up there and he looked good, so everybody says, "Oh, look at him, man!" And it's like, well, who cares, man?
Copy of that indictment on the state judicial's website. It is linked on a page labeled "Cases of Interest," and it's under Alamosa.
Wait, what was that?
Barry, I'd like to thank the the Office of the Judicial District in this district for making the indictment immediately available, and so you can get a copy of that indictment on the state judicial's website. It is linked on a page labeled "Cases of Interest," and it's under Alamosa.
Can anybody get that for me really quick? They kind of gave you good. Let me play these instructions again and see if somebody out there can get it.
I'd like to thank the the Office of the Judicial District in this district for making the indictment immediately available, and so you can get a copy.
What district, though?
Of that indictment on the state judicial's website. It is linked on a page labeled "Cases of Interest," and it's under Alamosa. Barry Morphiew is presumed innocent in this case, and that presumption remains with him.
I think I might be here. I think I just found it really quick. Is that it? I mean, it was right at the top. Man, that seems like that should have gone right there. Look at this. Colorado Judicial, Alamosa. God, how come nothing just, boom, it just goes right there, It's crazy. Oh, right there. There we go. It's right here. All right. So I guess it was even easier than I was thinking. Standing order. Order limiting pretrial grand jury indictment. There we go. All right. So we'll go over this after this. How's that sound? Well, Lisa, he looks like Santa Claus, okay? I mean, but, he's not, yeah. All right, let me save this. And according to ProBurgers, when I read the indictment, I shouldn't believe it. It's all a conspiracy. Every single thing that ever exists, you guys. What's this other stuff? Order limiting pretrial publicity. Wow, I mean, they've already... Standing order for decorum. I mean, they're already getting through all the kind of random behind-the-scenes stuff. But hey, guys, if you're out there, if you can help support the channel, we have the one big one from 8675309, but other than that, it's been $14. All right, so we got to try to reach the goal tonight somehow. So if you're out there, if you can help support the channel, that'd be great. Maybe get some channel members. We have 0 of those.
Unless and until he is convicted at trial. And so once again, thank you for allowing me to provide an update to the community on this very important case. And I can take a couple of questions if you have them. Yes, sir.
What was Barry doing in the Phoenix area?
And thank you for the question. The question was, what was Barry doing in the Phoenix area? I appreciate the question, and that information was still being gathered. We have been working very, very hard to make sure that we run down anything we can with respect to this investigation, and our law enforcement officers will certainly be following that. Yes, sir.
In the indictment, you noted a pharmacological expert testified that BAM would render the recipient unable to resist any restrictions to the recipient's ability to breathe. Do you believe the dosage of BAM was so great it killed her, or that she was so incapacitated she was strangled or something?
And thank you for that question. I am looking forward to having our team present all of those facts in a court of law. Obviously, I would like to be able to provide my comments, but my ethical obligations will not allow me to. However,
I mean, it's amazing that like they got a grand jury. I shouldn't have paused it right there.
I am
the grand jury. You know, I mean, the grand jury indicted him, so that means they got all the information, and boom. Hey, thanks, Eagles, Stars, and Stripes.
I'm very appreciative of the Judicial Department for making that indictment available, and I look forward to having our team present this case in court. Yes, ma'am.
Why now?
That's a great question. And so we, as prosecutors in Colorado and law enforcement in Colorado, we are very dedicated to making sure that we don't forget the victims of cold case homicides. But we also understand that it is so important to make sure that we have done everything we can to bring a case to court. And we are proud of the work that we've done. Every victim of homicide, murder in Colorado deserves that kind of attention, deserves that kind of work from law enforcement. And I would say that having the opportunity to work on these cases and to bring justice for these victims has been very important to me. Yes. Yeah, let me.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was Morphiew surprised at all when he was taken arrested? Was he expecting this?
And thank you for that question. The question is whether or not Morphiew, what Mr. Morphew's reaction was. And I can tell you that that's going to be part of the case, and we look forward to presenting that in front of a jury. Yes, sir.
So the male DNA was found in Suzanne's car. Are you guys moving forward? Are you guys using that evidence for this trial? Can you tell us more about that?
And thank you for that question. The indictment has a wealth of information about that particular topic, as well as the probable cause that supports the arrest in this case. And obviously, we are going to do everything we can to make sure that justice is done for Suzanne, and that includes being as thorough as we can about the facts.
I'll tell you the case really quick. Suzanne Morphiew was, hey, thanks, Kami. Suzanne Morphiew was, she was actually seeing some other guy. They were having marital problems, and one day, you know, I think it was Mother's Day, right? She was still like, it's really weird. He goes to work, but then she's at home and disappears off of her bike. She apparently went on a bike ride, and then they found her bike really close to where they live, and then she just disappeared, and he put out a $200,000 reward the first day. Okay, well, that's when I knew, okay, well, that's somebody who knows that nobody's going to claim it. I mean, she could have been walking down the street, oh, I owe you $200,000. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? And so they have this really detailed stuff, but they made a few mistakes the last time around, so they just dropped the charges. This guy, you know, I mean, it's pretty crazy. They have his movements inside the house, and a dart. I think it was like a dart for animal tranquilizer or something like that. So, yeah, she wanted out. The whole thing is just, it's one of those cases that's really obvious. And unfortunately, he must have been able to brainwash his daughters because they somehow didn't believe it.
The case.
Another question. When you arrest Barry in Arizona, so that's still investigating right now with Arizona law enforcement?
So the Arizona Department of Public Safety has been an incredible partner for us.
Yeah, and then last year, let's see, I think it was last year. Let me just look this up. Oh, God, man, that's crazy. 2 years ago. Is that wild, you guys, or what? In September of 2023. That is crazy. I mean, that doesn't seem like, I mean, 2 years ago, basically, right? I mean, not, you know, a year and 9 months. That's wild. That is absolutely crazy.
They organized immediately when we asked them to respond when we received the indictment. So I very much want to thank the Arizona Department of Safety.
And that's when they found her body.
What about you, sir?
What will be the biggest difference between the prosecution of this case and the time versus back in 2021?
Makes you kind of wonder, maybe they have, some of the daughters have come forward lately and are sort of helping behind the scenes, like they heard something and have changed their mind. That'd be kind of great if that's the case.
And the question is, what would be the difference between the prosecution of this case and other prosecutions? You know, justice for cold case homicide victims remains a priority in the state of Colorado, both for prosecutors and for law enforcement. And that's despite any challenges that we may have had in the history of any particular case. That remains a priority for us. And so we have worked very hard to move forward in the case. This case is a different case, and I would refer you back to the indictment in this case. And we've worked very hard to move forward. Yes, sir.
On an emotional level or on a personal level, and it's okay if you repeat yourself, can you talk about the journey, your journey from the day this was dismissed until today? Just broad strokes, just tell us that story.
Well, thank you for that question. The question is, what has this process looked like, essentially? What has this process been like for the family, for the community, for our law enforcement partners? And I can tell you that it has been a long road. It has been a long road, and the families of the victim have been so patient. The community has been so patient. But I can tell you that our law enforcement
So, I mean, but that's weird. Like, who's the family of the victim? The daughters too, or what?
officers have never forgot, have never given up, and they have been working so hard to get to the place where we are today.
Man, we almost should do a reset of that case.
And so it is never enough to say we're just going to forget about it because it's too hard. And so that has been the process for me.
We should go over the Cheryl Coker case. Put a 1 in here if you've never heard of the Cheryl Coker case, because we covered that. I interviewed even the family members and all kinds of stuff going on in that one. But if you've never heard of Cheryl Coker, yeah, that's one that's they even found her body and everything. It's very similar to this case in some ways. Yeah, it's weird. It's like it was such a big case. We covered it for, God, I don't know, months, really. Had surveillance footage. He's definitely the killer, this guy named Bill Coker, the husband. Absolutely no doubt about it whatsoever, but somehow they aren't able to get that one last piece that ties. That's crazy, you guys. All you guys haven't never heard of that one, huh? Isn't that weird, Zozo? Look at that. But hey, guys, if you're out there, we still need to try to reach the goal tonight. We had one, the big one up there, but other than that, it's been slow, so it makes me nervous that we'll be able to reach it by the end of the show.
And I'll take maybe one more question here in the front.
elaborate further on where Suzanne's...
You don't need to look it up. Just maybe we'll go over it sometime.
So it was in and around the town of Moffin, and that raises an important question that I want to address. And so the remains of Suzanne Morphiew were found in Saguache County, and that's obviously a county in my jurisdiction. And so jurisdiction in this county is appropriate. I can tell you that I have reached out to and contacted my friend and colleague, elected District Attorney Jeff Lindsay, who currently covers Chaffee County. He is in full support of our efforts to prosecute this case here and has committed to providing any resources that we need to prosecute this case.
How did you know Morphiew was in Arizona?
And the question is I'm sorry, can you say that again?
How did you know Barry was in Arizona?
And I appreciate that question. We obviously have never given up on this investigation. And so working with our law enforcement partners.
Yeah, they're probably always aware where Barry Morphiew is.
We were able to make that determination.
Could anyone else possibly face charges?
So right now we have the indictment in front of us, and we're committed to working hard to get that done. So, and this will be the last question. Thank you so much.
Colorado.
Just one last question. From a community perspective, this community's been through a lot with the district attorney's office, and we've watched you take it over and repair it, stand here with law enforcement, something this community might not have seen in the past. We've watched you build a staff. Now we're at the point where we've got all kinds of television cameras here because you've done what you've done in this particular case. Speak to what kind of satisfaction you have and gotten here, and is the job done with your staff, and can you now move forward?
Well, and thank you. The question relates to the status of our district attorney's office and where we've been in the last 3 years. And thank you for the question. The effort that we undertook to come to the San Luis Valley, that I undertook to come to the San Luis Valley and build the district attorney's office was quite tremendous. But I can tell you that the collaboration of prosecutors across the state to assist me, to assist my staff, to assist law enforcement has been absolutely tremendous. It is a testament to how strong our law enforcement community is and how united the prosecutors in the state of Colorado are. And so assisting me in building the office in the San Luis Valley, that is a testament to the assistance that I've received across the state. So thank you for the question.
Thank you for what you've done.
One last question, and when do you expect Barry Morphiew to show up in court?
Thank you. So he's currently being held by the authorities in Arizona. He will go through a process of extradition, and when that process concludes, he will be then transported back to Colorado. So thank you so much.
There you go. Well, I'm not sure if you guys heard me or not earlier, but we're trying to reach the goal tonight, and we just got lucky during the press conference. Other than one person, I think we're at like $25. So we're about 50%, maybe not even that, like 40% of when I donate the 5 memberships myself. So if you guys are out there watching the show and you like the channel, maybe like the videos that I make, etc., if you could consider supporting the channel during the live stream, since there is no ad revenue to speak of. All right, I don't want it to be one of those nights again where I have to keep mentioning it over and over and over and over again. It just isn't fun. All right, there we go. Hey, thanks, Allie Cake. You got the first channel membership gift tonight. Been really slow on that too. All right, here's the Hey, Jeannie, we don't spill the information that we're about to go over in the chat, okay? It's not really fun to do it that way. All right, so we're going to go over the this indictment here. There's the probable cause. All right, here we go. Should be pretty interesting, I would imagine. Let's see, at 5:46 p.m. on May 10th, 2020, Mother's Day, Sunday, Suzanne Morphiew was reported missing to police by her neighbor. Here, we can just go down to the actual home. It's right here. And the residence at 19057 Puma Path near Salida, Colorado, to investigate the missing person report. The house was locked and Suzanne Morphiew was not home. Her vehicle was in the garage. Yeah. And by the way, what I was saying a minute ago, see, that's because we're covering something that's not the big, it should be a big case, but it's not the same as like if I was doing Karen Reed or Koberger or something like that. It's wild how it just doesn't matter. Her vehicle was in the garage. Her something vehicle was in the garage. Probably her daughter's. There were no signs of forced entry, and her bike was missing. Later that evening, her bike was located down a hillside off of a dirt road between her house and Highway 50. And it was right there. This is exactly where her bike was found, right there off of a dirt road, and this is Highway 50. Let's see, the bike was located less than a mile from Morphew's home. On May 14, 2020, her bike helmet was located 10 meters off the side of Highway 50, approximately 1.52 miles west of the Morphiew home and approximately 0.84 miles west of where the bike was located. West. So let's see. So it's off of Highway 50. Okay. So they're saying from here, maybe, I guess right there, 0.824 miles. So that means it'd be over here. So right in there. So the helmet was found in this area. Helmet found. Thanks, Stephanie Sprague. Let's see, on May 14, 2020, her bike helmet was located 10 meters off the side of Highway 50, approximately 1.52 miles west of the Morphiew home and approximately 0.84 miles west of where her bike was located. Barry Morphiew was interviewed and told, whoa! This is big. I know, me too. I know, but it's crazy how, the masses don't support the channel during the, you take a break from it and they're gone. I mean, notice we only have 179 people where we had 310 yesterday, right? Isn't that wild? But Dan, thank you so much. This is big. I like the breaks from Brian Koberger, though. I can't wait for the trial. Yeah, I want the trial to start myself. Yeah, I think the trial in the Koberger case is going to be insane. I mean, it's just going to be. I think it's going to be so interesting. I think especially for all of us because we know it. We know it all. She's an idiot, Jeannie Riddle. But you can go ahead and watch that all day long. Let's see. Yeah, deep dives. That lady doesn't do shit. God, sadly, you guys believe the stuff that person deep dives. God, give me a break. All right, here we go. I'm referring to a deleted comment up there. Jeannie, you got to be a little bit more discerning than that. All right, so anyways, here we go. On May 4th, let me just go back up here. So it was 1.52 miles. That's where the helmet was found. Barry Morphiew was interviewed and told police that he set his alarm and woke up at 4:30 a.m. on May 10th, 2020. He told police that he left at 5 a.m. on May 10th, 2020 for a pre-planned work trip in Broomfield, Colorado, according to Barry Morphiew. Suzanne Morphiew was still asleep in bed when he left the house at 5 a.m. on May 10, 2020. He told police she planned to ride her bike that day. I mean, you know, so it's like he's saying all this stuff in it. Wow, how convenient. Barry Morphiew stated that upon arriving in Broomfield that morning, she checked into a hotel before leaving shortly after for the job site. And thanks again up there to Cheryl Moran, 8675309, Stephanie Sprague, 8675309 and Cheryl Moran are made up so far about 85% of the everything. And then we've got Eagles, Stars, and Stripes, Kami. Might have missed one in there. I was scrolling by fast. He told police that he received a call. Barry Morphiew stated that upon arriving in Broomfield that morning, he checked into a hotel before leaving shortly after for the job site. He told police that he received a call around 5 p.m. on May 10, 2020 from his neighbors while physically at the Broomfield job site. The neighbors told Barry Morphiew that his daughters were concerned because they could not reach Suzanne all day. Barry instructed the neighbors to check the house and specifically to look for her bike. The neighbors reported to Barry that neither Suzanne nor the bike were at the house, and Barry then instructed them to call the sheriff. Let's see. I love having these kind of documents like this where you just go over and it's like, boom, you know. It's got it all. Let's see. My nose is slightly plugged, so it's hard to breathe, you know, when you're reading and then you have to breathe because you can't breathe through your nose in between. Sorry. Police interviewed one of Barry's employees scheduled to assist him with the Broomfield job. We've all heard of that guy. The employee told law enforcement that the employee and Barry were not planning to leave for Broomfield until the evening hours of May 10, 2020. They were supposed to drive together. Instead, Barry left without telling the employee. Barry called the employee at 11:18 a.m. and informed that employee that he had left without them. When the employee arrived in Broomfield on Sunday evening, the employee noticed that Barry Morphiew had failed to bring the proper tools with him for the job, and the necessary materials for the job had not yet arrived at the job site. Interesting. Come on, you guys, type stuff away. Type away. Type away. Review of camera at the hotel and nearby businesses revealed that Barry Morphiew was in the Broomfield area for approximately 9 hours and 45 minutes. Of those hours, he spent less than 1/2 hour at the job site. Instead, besides 2 brief visits to the job area, electronic evidence and cameras from businesses showed him driving around to various locations and discarding unknown items in separate trash cans. Oh boy. That's like the, what was that one up in Connecticut area? Remember that one? Well, I breathe through my mouth too, but just not when I'm reading. It's hard. What was that one up there? We all covered it. That's the one that... oh man, my memory's just... Jeez. Remember the guy, he killed himself because he got caught. He killed himself in the garage, but they've had trial on the others. But Dre... I don't know if it wasn't Connecticut. What the hell was the name of that case? Man, jeez. Hold on. Yeah, Doulos. There you go. Not Doulios, but Doulos, yeah. Jennifer Dulos, that case. Yeah, very similar to that. Remember how he, Fotis? Yeah, that's right, Fotis. What did we call him? What was the name that we gave him? Yeah, Fotis Dulos. He was discarding stuff in the town. Yeah, Trichonis is the girlfriend. And I think her name was Jennifer Dulos. Yeah, Jennifer and Fotis. And, yeah. So, yeah, he was throwing stuff in garbage cans, sounds like. In early interviews with Barry Morphiew, let's see, did we go down here? Necessary materials for the job had not been. It says back to the hotel inside the room. Review of camera at the hotel. Of those hours, he spent less than one half at the job site instead. Besides 2 brief visits to the job site area, electronic evidence and cameras from businesses showed him driving around to various locations and discarding unknown items in separate trash cans. Hotel footage then showed Barry Morphiew arriving back at his hotel room and remaining inside the room from approximately 12:34 to 5:55 p.m. Inconsistent. Why would he do that, by the way? Right in the middle of the day. Inconsistent with his statement to police, he was in the hotel and not at the job site when he received the call about his wife, Suzanne Morphiew, being unresponsive and missing, so he lied about that. In early interviews with Barry Morphiew, he told law enforcement that his marriage to Suzanne Morphiew was the best and that the two had a wonderful weekend together. When Barry was asked whether Suzanne would say anything different about their relationship, Barry stated no. Barry Morphew's statement about his marriage to Suzanne were inconsistent with other witness accounts and evidence located. Specifically, investigators learned that Suzanne confided in people that she was unhappy in the marriage in the weeks and months leading to her disappearance. There's like 19 hellos in there. Yeah, I saw these people typing. I turned around hoping that it was something related to the case. And nope. Let's see. Leading to her disappearance. She discussed plans to divorce Barry Morphiew with her close friend. She maintained documented notes of problems in the relationship recovered from electronic devices and the physical search of the Morphiew home. Suzanne Morphiew had been having a secret affair. And by the way, you guys, we've covered this case since the beginning. Like dozens of shows on it. Okay, so it's not like, oh, you're just picking up. No, we're doing the update here. So, you know, there's other YouTubers out there that did fake deep dives, looking into conspiracy nutter kind of crap, completely bogus stuff, and everybody loved that. And I just, you know, I can't do it. You know, so now we have a document here with actual information on it. We've had other documents in this case in the past too, but here's one right now. That's what I go over. And you know, and if it makes sense, it makes sense. Hello, Barb! Man, I got the allergies coming in again. Oh, man. Crazy. Jesus. Crazy. Okay, she discussed plans to divorce Barry Morphiew with her close friend. She maintained documented notes of problems in the relationship recovered from electronic devices and physical search of the Morphiew home. Suzanne Morphiew had been having a secret affair with an old acquaintance who lived out of state. She communicated with him daily over LinkedIn and WhatsApp. Suzanne's last known electronic message to anyone was to this person on May 9th, 2020 at 2:11 p.m. second. Man, Jesus, what happened? So that means, obviously they weren't having the greatest relationship in the world. Just 32 minutes before Barry Morphiew returned to the home that day. So that means he must have got home at 2:43. An overall timeline of the week of Suzanne Morphiew's disappearance shows that the disappearance coincided with her daughter, so a name, the only other occupant of the Morphew residence, leaving on a pre-planned road trip out of state. So an overall timeline shows that the disappearance coincided with their daughter. Yeah, so convenient, right? Leaving on a pre-planned road trip out of state. Because of this, Suzanne Morphew and Barry Morphew expected to be alone at the residence starting on May 5th, 2020 until either late in the day on May 10th or into May 11th, 2020. Suzanne Morphew drove this daughter to Gunnison, Colorado on May 5th, 2020 to depart with her sister and friend on the planned road trip. After May 5th, 2020, Barry Morphew and Suzanne Morphew were alone at the house. A forensic download of Barry Morphew's cell phone revealed that Barry Morphew had deleted a text chain with Suzanne Morphew from which an image of a single text remained. A screenshot of this single text message was saved on Barry Morphew's phone on May 6, 2020. That image revealed a text from Suzanne that stated, "I'm done. I could care less what you're up to, and have been for years." I think we've heard some of these before. "We just need to figure this out civilly." Right, and so that just totally disputes what he set up here. When Barry was asked whether Suzanne would say anything different about their relationship, Barry stated no, that it was just great, a wonderful weekend they had. Yeah, we already went over that. But hey, guys, let's try to, other than two people, we're at $27. So we need to try to reach the goal tonight. So if you're out there and you like the channel, if you could support it, that'd be great. So we can, get to a level where I can donate my 5 memberships. We've only got 1 gifted membership. I think it's the worst or the lowest number in like 2 or 3 months. All right, so, don't forget. Yeah, it doesn't sound that wonderful. Yeah. She said, "I'm done," in this screenshotted text message. What a crappy one for him to have saved. Fortunate for the investigators. On May 11, 2020, authorities commenced a search of the Morphew residence that spanned several days. The state of the residence and vehicles showed no signs of a break-in or intruder. Even with no signs of a break-in or intruder, law enforcement collected items of potential evidence and DNA swabs. DNA analysis of the swabs collected produced several DNA profile mixtures. What are they testing? Hey, thanks, Michelle H. and Allie Cake. Allie Cake, you got one of those before, didn't you? Thank you. Even with no signs of a break-in or intruder, law enforcement collected items of potential evidence and DNA swabs. The mixture profiles were processed through offender databases and were compared to the profiles. Well, that's right. Remember that one DNA sample that maybe matched like some other criminal or something? Were compared to profiles of known individuals who may have been present in the vehicles or the residence. The result did not lead to any stranger or intruder suspect. An expert in DNA analysis testified that law enforcement provided analysts with one of the partial profiles developed from the glove box of Suzanne Morphew's vehicle for further investigation using a keyboard search. This allowed for additional comparisons to profiles in more databases with less stringent quality control standards than the National DNA Index for the limited purpose of creating possible investigative leads. Hey, thanks, Derek Sherman. That expert further testified that there were matches to outside databases nationwide. The term match used by DNA analysts does not mean identical. Rather, a match only means that there were other profiles that could not be excluded at the limited number of loci available from the partial profile for comparison. I think they're trying to explain away those other people. And of course, everybody in CODIS, most of the people in CODIS are criminals. The expert explained that she compared the matches from those databases to partial profile from the mixture on the glove box and excluded those out-of-state profiles as not originating from the same contributor in all three instances. Finally, the expert explained that just because the profiles from those databases matched at the limited loci available for comparison, it did not mean that any of the people from the out-of-state profiles were the same person that contributed the partial profile to the mixture on the glove box. All it means is they're somebody you couldn't exclude. Law enforcement investigated those three partial matches obtained from three separate out-of-state sources and found no connection to the case. Law enforcement located a locked gun safe in the garage during the search of the Morphiew residence. Inside that gun safe, law enforcement located a dart rifle or tranquilizer rifle positioned towards the front of the safe. Law enforcement also found packages of Panu Dart brand tranquilizer darts in the, probably I don't know if it's new or darts in the gun safe. The packages of darts included capped hypodermic needles inside of them, which were designed to load the darts. Law enforcement also found men's shorts among the contents of the dryer that were removed prior to finding the needle cap. So let's read that part again. Law enforcement found one of these needle caps in the dryer after the dryer's contents were removed. Law enforcement also found men's shorts among the contents of the dryer that were removed prior to finding the needle cap. Okay, but I don't know. Where did you find the needle cap? Was it in the lint drawer? That could have been in there 3 days before that, and then somebody did laundry. If it was found in with the laundry, then that's sort of interesting, but it doesn't mean another load couldn't have been done, right? Different day, and you didn't pick up the needle cap out of there. Law enforcement also found men's shorts among the contents of the dryer that were removed prior to finding the needle cap. The shorts appeared consistent with the shorts Barry Morphiew was seen on video wearing on May 9th, 2020. Well, that makes it more interesting. Less than 1 hour before he returned to the Morphiew residence. So he... Hold on, what page are we on here? 4? She was reported missing on the 10th. But she went missing on the 10th also, so not really sure. Seen on video wearing on May 9th, 2020, less than 1 hour before he returned. Oh yeah, that's right. That was at 2:43, right? Residence. No tranquilizer formula was located during law enforcement search of the home and vehicles. Police investigated numerous electronic devices and Suzanne Morphew's social media accounts, searching among other things for proof of life. That investigation revealed that Suzanne Morphiew had not communicated electronically with any living person after 2/11 on May 9th, 2020. Her last possible activity on any account, I mean, she might not have been alive on the, I think it was the 9th, right? But he made it look like on the 10th she disappeared. That's right. Records showing her typical use of electronics and social media demonstrated that this was inconsistent with her typical pattern of life in the days leading up to her disappearance. Additionally, witnesses indicated they attempted to communicate with Suzanne Morphiew throughout this time frame, but received no response from her. These witnesses indicated that her lack of response was out of the ordinary. Barry Morphew's electronic devices were also analyzed. A download of the infotainment system on Barry Morphew's truck recovered telematics data showing that location and activity of his truck at certain times on May 9th and May 10th. A download of Barry Morphew's cell phone showed additional location information. Based on data from his cell phone, Barry Morphew returned to the Morphew residence at 2:43 on May 9th, 2020. The data did not show his phone or truck leaving the residence again until the morning of May 10th, 2020. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I wonder if they can tie in, you know, because he went to that job, but did he have time to, like, do something with his phone? Maybe in the middle of the night he could leave his phone at home and then took her body where it was found. I don't know. Crazy. Let's see. Yeah, so it's right here. Based on data from his cell phone, Barry Morphew returned to the Morphew residence at 2:43 on May 9th. The data did not show his phone or truck leaving the residence again until the morning of May 10th. But see, like 2:11 here, when she communicated with somebody, there would not be enough time to drive from there, dump her body, and then be back home by 2:43. And apparently he got home at 2:43. Now let's see what logic they come up with here. But you guys, I don't have to ask again. We're still we need the support from the people watching the show on these shows. You guys are the sole source of the income on the shows, and we're way behind this month in total. So, you know, if you guys have the ability to maybe get some channel memberships for people, you know, some of the people who haven't supported the channel, that would be great. I hate, I feel bad sometimes when the same people are always, they can, so they do, and they want to, but it'd be nice if the rest of you could figure out a way to do some at some points too, because that's all there is. I don't have a magic wand to wave to somehow get the support on the channel. Alright, anyways, the download of Barry Morphew's cell phone registered events related to his phone. An expert forensic analyst determined that some of these events were in fact Barry Morphew's phone being turned off during the time frame of May 9th into May 10th. There you go. Turning off a cellular device effectively disables its ability to record location information. Specifically, the forensic analyst noted that Barry Morphew's phone downloaded showed it was turned off at 2:47 p.m., so that would have been 4 minutes after he got home on May 9th, 2020, only a few minutes after he arrived home at the residence where Suzanne Morphew sent her last he probably came home like pissed off, and he was ready to go right then, right? where Suzanne Morphiew sent her last electronic communication to anyone. And that was like 30-something minutes before that. Huh. I always feel like when I say stuff, it just falls on deaf ears. Let's see. At approximately, so that was at 2:47 p.m., only a few minutes after he arrived home at the residence where Suzanne Morphiew sent her last electronic communications to anyone. At approximately 10:17 p.m. on May 9th, 2020, the phone was turned back on. So there you go. That's the time. That's exactly what I was trying to look for a few minutes ago. So now it's between 2:47 and 10:17 p.m. That's when he took Suzanne Morphew's body and put it out where she was eventually found. 100%. So that's where you got it right there. The phone was turned back on. Barry Morphew's cell phone was again turned off at 4:32 a.m. on May 10th, 2020, prior to him leaving the residence on his trip to Broomfield, Colorado, and was not turned on again until 5:37 a.m. when location information showed him on the road already in the area of Johnson Village, Colorado. Let's see, at approximately 10:17, the phone was turned back on. But where was that when it was turned back on? He arrived home at the residence where Suzanne Morphew's... Okay, so then he turned it off at 2:47, so I guess he was still at home and he turned it back on at 10:17 p.m. And then Barry Morphew's cell phone was again turned off at 4:32 a.m. So that means, like 6 hours later, he turned it off while still at home prior to him leaving the residence. Hey, thanks, Michelle H. What do we got? We got a clown in here. Huh? Want her last text message sent to her boyfriend just before? No, I don't. We already read it a minute ago. I mean, we've gone over it on other shows and everything. Yeah, she texted her. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, her last communication was to her boyfriend, right? So he probably came home and, who knows what he was doing. I'm just trying to get it in order, and that's why I was trying to figure out, like, well, then how did he, and then they just filled it in. There was this huge gap where he turned his phone off, just like Kohberger. I mean, that's exactly what Kohberger did, right? He turned his phone off to commit the crime. So anytime Barry Morphiew turns his phone off, that's when he's doing something he doesn't want to be tracked doing. Because how many of you literally turn your phone off at all, other than maybe when you're trying to sleep? I don't know. I mean, nobody turns their freaking phone off. All right? It just doesn't, it's just so uncommon to do it. You have to consciously, and it's not even easy to turn your phone off. You got to push these stupid buttons at the same time. All this crap. Unless you're Kohberger, then it's okay, everybody. He's just looking at stars. Great. Yeah. Well, we're still not at the goal. I guess tonight's one of those nights, whenever I go, come on, you gotta try to rally the troops, doesn't happen. So one of you guys has to rally the troops. I can't do it. All right. Approximately 10:17 p.m. on May 9th, 2020, the phone was turned back on. Oh, well, look at Cheryl. Cheryl Moran was doing it anyways. Look at that. She was doing exact rally the troops. I bet because she had to have typed that in before I was even saying that. So Cheryl Moran is trying to get a wave going. Can you help Cheryl Moran out tonight, you guys? You can do it. I also turn my phone off when Gray does his whiny voice. Well, I'm gonna do it more and more just for you. You know, just for you. Jeez. And then there's Alley Cake again. See, Alley Cake is always, I mean, I really appreciate it. She's always like, has a glimmer, gives me a glimmer of hope in here. But I wish other people had the same mentality. Is that Suzanne was trying to do a Gone Girl? Yeah, it's stupid, Ann. So, yeah, nobody, I don't really give a shit what. See, my thing is, I don't care what Barry Morphiew, I don't care what Brian Koberger, I don't care what Richard Allen, his defense team's trying to say. You know, Barry Morphiew, everybody has always known that he did this. It's obvious. It's not like, you know, it's not confusing and there's nothing, it's just obvious. And he got they had to drop charges on a technicality. And then now they've rebuilt him back up again after finding her body. Well, thanks, Alley Cake. At least we had one person joining Cheryl Moran's wave. Turning off a cell leader device effectively disables its ability. So I think we're down here. Approximately 10:17 p.m. on May 9th, 2020, the phone was turned back on. So that means he had it off for about 8 hours. Barry Morphew's cell phone was again turned off at 4:32, so then it was on for 6 hours and turned off. Why did he turn it off at 4:32 a.m.? That's pretty interesting. Hey, thanks, Stephanie. Yeah, I know it means just kidding means that. And I was just kidding too. Well, we don't know. I think there is, Zozo. I'm only on page 4 of 10, so why don't we wait here? At approximately 10:07, and then at 4:32 a.m. it turned off again on May 10th, 2020, prior to him leaving the residence on the trip to Broomfield, Colorado, and was not turned on again until 5:37. So it turned back on an hour and 5 minutes later. Thanks, Lil D. But why did he do that though? When location information showed him on the road already in the area of Johnson Village. So why did he turn his phone off? You know what? I know why he did that. Because that's when he was... I just figured it out, man. At 4:32, he drove over here and put the helmet over here. And he doesn't want his vehicle being tracked that direction because it would make it look like he threw the helmet there. That's it. So at 4:32 a.m., he put the bike here, and he knows it'll show a stop there. Then he drove over here, and he put the helmet. He put her body in the middle of the night. He drove her body all the way down here and put her body there. Then he drove home, got home by 10:17. What I'm telling you right here is exactly what happened. All right, so if you guys are focusing here, you'll know it. So he gets home after putting her body over there. He probably did it sometime in the middle of in the darkness. And then, because in May it's dark at 8, 9 o'clock, 7 o'clock even. So then in the morning at 4, I'm just going to guess here, at 4:32 a.m., he turned his phone off because he drove over here first, put the helmet, he put the bike, all that crap, and he doesn't want to be tracked going in that direction. So then he drives all the way in, then he turns it back on when he gets to the town over here where he was headed. Right? Doesn't that make sense? Yeah. All right. That's crazy. So 4:32 a.m., he turned it off, and then he turns it back on at 5:37. Showed him on the road already in the area of Johnson Village, Colorado. So he turned it off when he was putting the items out there, And then he drove all the way into where he was going, then he turns it back on again. Yeah, that's crazy. That's just what I'm predicting here. Then testimony established that the times Barry Morphew turned off his phone corresponded to periods of time of significance in the case, I said that a minute ago, where location information was consequently unavailable. Similarly, further analysis of the information from Barry Morphew's infotainment system, the telematics in his truck, showed an irregular gap in records activity, specifically from approximately 3:49 a.m. to 8:10 a.m. on the 10th. There is no recorded data registered on Barry's infotainment system. Yeah, but I mean, what at 3:49 a.m. he's at home. I don't know. I'm not sure what they're trying to say here because he turned off his phone at 4:32. I don't know. Specifically from approximately 3:49 a.m. to approximately 8:10 a.m. on May 10, 2020, there's no recorded data registering on Barry's infotainment system. An indication of no truck activity from, so maybe remove something from telematics is consistent with other facts developed from Barry Morphew's phone surveillance footage and Barry Morphew's statements about his activities on May 10, 2020. Specifically, telematics data showed Barry Morphew arrived at his residence at 2:43 p.m. on May 9th, right? It then registered various other activities throughout the afternoon at the residence until it ceased at 9:52 p.m. on May 9th, 2020. The telematics data then showed activity resume from 3:25 a.m. to 3:49 a.m. So this is just prior to, I wonder if this is around the time he's putting her body somewhere. I mean, how many miles is this? Like just in general, isn't it like 70 something? Yeah, it's 75. So that's a like 2.5, 3 hour round trip drive. Specifically, telematics data showed Barry Morphew arrived at his residence at 2:43. It then registered various other activities throughout the afternoon at the residence until it quit at 9:52 p.m. on May 9, 2020. The telematics data then showed activity resume again early morning at 3:25 a.m. to 3:49, so that's like 24 minutes of time on May 10, 2020 at a GPS location consistent with his driveway. Barry Morphew reported to law enforcement that he was asleep during that time frame. So what was he doing though? From 3:49 a.m. to 8:10 a.m. on May 10, 2020, the infotainment system or telematics did not register any data despite the fact that Barry Morphew's cell phone indicated the device was in Johnson Village at 5:37 a.m. on that date, and Barry reported being in his truck traveling to Broomfield at that time. When recorded telematics data became available again in the records from the infotainment system downloaded at 8:10 a.m. on May 10, 2020, corresponding GPS coordinates showed that Barry Morphew had already arrived in the area of Broomfield, Colorado. This gap is registered. Let's see, when recorded telematics data became available again in the records from the infotainment system downloaded at 8:10 a.m. on May 10, 2020, corresponding GPS coordinates showed that Barry Morphew had already arrived in the area of Broomfield, Colorado. This gap is registered data, and registered data is consistent with the pattern of telematics data captured in the days and weeks leading up to the event. this event. I'm not sure I understand all this completely here. Let's see. Phone records for both Suzanne Morphiew and Barry Morphiew were analyzed by expert investigators. The FBI CAS team analyzed photo records for both Barry Morphiew and phone records, for both Barry Morphiew and Suzanne Morphiew to determine location information and device usage related to their cell phones. In Suzanne Morphiew's phone records, there were... hold on. I gotta have my little music playing here. Yeah, we need, let's see, what do we need? We need 10 more channel memberships, and then I'll donate 5. Alright? Sound good? Awesome. Oh, jeez. That's tea, by the way. Great, they don't believe where she was found was the original burial spot. Did they say it in here? I mean, I think I kind of remember somebody saying something like that a long time ago, but I just want to get through this. Is it in this document? Because I don't remember reading that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think he put her body... I don't know. I was thinking it was more in the evening of the 9th. Like when it was dark, he put her body over there. Because it gets dark probably at like 7 o'clock in May, I would think. And then he came home. I just don't know what he was doing at 3:25 to 3:49. Don't know. I have any idea what that is. Anyways, let me just get through this. All right. Phone records for both Suzanne and Barry were analyzed by expert investigators. The FBI CAS team, same as in the Koberger case, analyzed phone records for both Barry and Suzanne to determine location information and device usage related to their cell phones. In Suzanne Morphiew's phone records, there was no indication of any user-initiated activity after the time Barry Morphiew returned home at 2:43. So he came in the house and immediately something started. And remember, he turned his phone off at so she's likely already incapacitated at 2:47, in my opinion. See right here, he turned his phone off at 2:47. That means she's probably already, like, he came in the house, boom. So there was no indication of any user-initiated activity after the time Barry Morphiew returned home at 2:43. So she was probably taken out between 2:43 and 2:47 on May 9th, 2020. Suzanne Morphiew's cell phone device continued to connect through RTT data with the cell tower that services the Morphew home throughout the night of May 9th into early morning hours of May 10th, 2020. These automated data connections, however, were consistent with the tower reaching out to the phone to determine its location and not initiated by the user of the device. After 4:23 a.m. on May 10th, 2020, Suzanne's phone ceased to connect at all. Okay, at 4:23 a.m. Let's see, let me go. What's it saying? Morphew's home throughout the night. Okay, and then at 4:23 it quit communicating at all. Suzanne's phone ceased to connect to at all ever again. Just 8 minutes later, Barry Morphew's cell phone. See, there it is. See that 4:23? That's what I was just telling you a minute ago. Barry Morphew's cell phone data showed his phone ceased to connect starting at 4:31. So again, I think it's very... It sounds I mean, what's interesting, it said he turned his phone off at 4:27, so why don't they use the same number there? Barry Morphew's cell phone data showed his phone ceased to connect starting at 4:31 a.m., consistent with the cell phone download showing it powering off at 4:32 a.m. I thought it was... God, now I guess it was 4:32 over here. That's right. That's right. All right. Then let's see. And then Suzanne Morphew's cell phone never registered on any towers other than the tower consistent with the Morphew residence from the time Barry Morphew returned home at around 2:43 p.m. on May 9, 2020 to the time it ceased activity altogether at 4:23 a.m. So what does that say? So Suzanne Morphew's cell phone never registered on any towers other than the tower consistent with the Morphew residence. Right, so that means she was, her phone and maybe even herself were at home at that time. Hey, there's one alley cake jumping in there. We need 9 more of those. Suzanne Morphew's cell phone never registered on any towers other than the tower consistent with the Morphew residence from the time Barry Morphew returned home around 2:43 p.m. on May 9, 2020 to the time it ceased activity altogether at 4:23 a.m. on May 10, 2020. Despite searches for the device, Suzanne Morphew's cell phone was never found. Yeah, so it's in between that time frame that she was, I think, yeah, maybe where her cell phone is where her original body was, but when I haven't read that part where they said they thought it was moved. Police interviewed people that knew Barry Morphew prior to this move from Indiana to Colorado in 2018. These witnesses told law enforcement that Barry Morphew was a deer farmer in Indiana. Several individuals told law enforcement that Barry Morphew used a specific tranquilizer called BAM to sedate and transport deer on his deer farm. Barry Morphew admitted to using BAM in both Indiana and Colorado. Specifically, he admitted to using BAM in Colorado as recently as April of 2020, stating that at the time he had tranquilized a deer from the breezeway of the Morphew residence. On September 22, 2023, human remains were found in and around a shallow, clandestine grave in Saguache County, Colorado, near Highway 17. And so that's right down here. Where the hell is that? Yeah, right here, I think. What am I mean, I don't think I'm in the right spot. I think I'm turned around. I think there's another case that I'm looking at. It's over here. This is the spot. I have so many cases on the screen, it's almost hard to... Anyways, this is where her body was. And I used all the images that they had and I found the location. And if you want to question it, you can go ahead and do that. You'll just be wrong. Alright, so it's right out there. And so you can see, he probably just drove down, went out in this road in the middle of the darkness, probably turned his lights off even, and then just put her body out there. Now, maybe he did sort of like the McStay case, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if he had driven out there on other occasions and actually dug a hole prior. You know, even if he did move her, he might have done it like that, where he he went out there, dug a hole on a different day, and then somebody would say, "What are you doing?" And you go, "Oh yeah, I'm just looking for gems or something." You know, you don't want to have a body with you while you're digging a hole. You know what I'm saying? All right, guys, we need 9 more channel memberships. Other than 2 people, we're only at a third of the goal. They find a lot of bodies out. Yeah, they find, well, you know, they find bodies in almost all the deserts in the United States, especially the Mojave Desert, right? Or is it Mojave? Is that the one in California? I don't know if that's the right one. It's probably something else. I'm not going to pronounce it the way I don't care how it's pronounced, Paulette. I'm going to keep saying it the way I say it. All right. It's easier that way. They find a lot of bodies out there. Yep. On September 22nd, 2023, human remains were found in an area in Saguache County, Colorado, near Highway 17. The remains were found a few hundred feet down a dirt road off of Highway 17. This location was less than an hour south of the Morphiew residence by main highways. I don't agree with that. Less than an hour south? That's, I don't know, man. Here, let's do it. I don't agree with that. Gray, you telling me the investigators are wrong? How dare you? Well, if they're wrong, they're wrong. I'm just telling you. I think this is his house right here, right? So let's do the directions, and we'll put a pin there. All right. And then, God, I'm going to have to try to figure this out. Yeah, I think, yeah, wow, I was right in the right town already. And then I zoom in, it's kind of near that little, let's see. Yeah, it's like right in here. There's Highway 17. And then where's that little, kind of a square on the ground? There it is. And then it's just off to the right of that. Right here. So we'll just go to here. All right. No, I guess they're right. I think earlier I had the wrong place. It's 54 minutes. So I agree with that. I think earlier I went like this. There was that other body. Where the hell was that other body? I don't even know now. I remember I was measuring and it was like 70 miles, right? Remember I went like that and then... Yeah, see now it's only 42.4. That's crazy. I don't know. I don't know what I was looking at earlier. So I agree with it. Less than an hour. So, wow, that changes stuff a little bit there. All right, guys, we need 9 more channel memberships. Who's going to get started? Loved your video on the Cheryl Coker case. Yeah, I made a whole bunch of videos on that one. Might have to do that one again. I have a lot of interviews too. I had like their entire family on, and you know. I don't know what's going on tonight. I mean, there's a couple real generous ones, and the rest of them, it's just we'd only be at like $70 total for everybody else. That's the hard way to do it. On September 22nd, 2023, human remains were found. I'm going to start over on this part. The remains were found a few hundred feet down a dirt road off of Highway 17. This location was less than an hour south of the Morphiew residence by main highways. Hey, thanks Cheryl Moran. Only 8 more, you guys. The remains were determined to be those of Suzanne Morphiew. The majority of her bones were recovered. Many of the bones were significantly bleached, meaning the sun had hit those bones for a long time. I mean, it was like 3 years. Along with Suzanne's bones, law enforcement recovered a cancer port and items of clothing, some of which were consistent with bike clothing Suzanne was known to wear. There was no visible perimortem trauma observed. A board-certified forensic anthropologist, a botanist, and an entomologist all analyzed the remains, and several observations were noted. There was a distinct lack of bug activity, which was inconsistent with the remains having decomposed at that location. There you go. So, I mean, it seems like, though, if you're there for 3 years, what kind of bug activity is there anymore? You'd be completely, there'd be no, flesh, for lack of a better term. The clothing items lacked evidence of decomposition. Huh. Well, that part's interesting. What does that mean? Which is inconsistent with Suzanne Morphiew wearing the bike clothes at the time her body oh shit. So are they saying that he dug her up somewhere and then put biking clothes on her? Oh my god, look at that. The clothing items lacked evidence of decomposition, which was inconsistent with Suzanne Morphiew wearing the bike clothes at the time her body decomposed. That means he put on her bike clothes to make it look like she was biking. I mean, that's just sick as hell, man. That's almost like that's I mean, that's a special level of creepiness at that point. Additionally, there was a lack of animal predation on the bones. There was only a very small amount of desiccated soft tissue found on a few of the bones, and there was no hair mass located. All these features would have been expected if this had been the original gravesite where decomposition occurred. The forensic anthropologist opined that based on these factors, it was unlikely Suzanne decomposed from a fresh body to a skeleton at this location. Well, there you go. That's crazy. Ugh. Yeah. I don't know. I'm reading it over here, but the El Paso County Coroner's Office do we already just do that one? No. The El Paso County Coroner's Office conducted an autopsy. In addition to the standard toxicology testing, the coroner's office conducted additional toxicology testing at the request of law enforcement for the presence of a chemical mixture known as BAM, or the combination of butophonol, azathioprine and metitomidine. The chief toxicologist tested Suzanne Morphiew's bone marrow for the presence of BAM. All three of the individual chemicals that comprise BAM were present. Additionally, the metabolite for butophonol was present. The presence of the, butorphanol, I think, metabolite eliminated the possibility of the post-mortem BAM contamination, meaning like after the fact. The metabolite presence also indicated that her health was not immediate. Her death was not immediate following BAM exposure, because Suzanne Morphew's body had begun to metabolize the drug before she died. Interesting. So she was like unconscious for a period of time, and he probably then strangled her to death. The coroner's office determined the cause of death and manner of death as follows. Homicide by unspecified means in the setting. Right, I think he drugged her, and then he strangled her. There's no struggle. There's no marks left by strangulation after a body decomposes. There's not even, you don't even break a hyoid bone or anything like that. It's just, you know, they were asleep and their body wasn't breathing and they died. And he drugged her so that there'd be no fighting. And he drugged her by shooting her with one of the darts. That's some wild stuff right there. A pharmacologist and medical doctor testified, this is at the grand jury, about the toxicology testing done to determine the presence of BAM in Suzanne Morphew's remains, about the chemical compound itself, and about the possible effects of that compound in humans. The expert explained that the toxicology testing done by the coroner's office met scientific standards of reliability and accuracy. He further testified that BAM is a chemical mixture of three... Did I already do this one? That sounds similar. 3 specific compounds used as a tool for sedating animals for medical treatment or movement. It's just kind of similar. Back in 2020, and the years leading up to Suzanne Morphew's disappearance, BAM was sold by only one company in the United States. Oh boy. And leading up to Suzanne Morphew's disappearance, BAM was sold by only one company in the United States and could only be obtained by prescription from a veterinarian. BAM must be administered into the bloodstream through intravenous or intramuscular injection, so a dart, to be effective, as the skin and GI tract do not absorb it effectively. BAM does not cause sedation instantaneously, but takes several minutes to take effect. So he probably shoots her right around 2:43, and she's just kind of like, well, you know, really out of it and doesn't ever use her phone ever again. BAM is designed not to be lethal and comes with several agents in the prescription kit. However, BAM is not FDA approved for any human use. For that reason, there are no scientific studies available that address the possible effects the compound would have on humans. The pharmacology expert testified that the compound would render the recipient wholly immobile, vulnerable, and unable to resist any constrictions to the recipient's ability to breathe. Ah, boom. See? That's exactly what I just said a minute ago. So, this is, this right here is exactly, once he drugged her with the dart, eventually she passed out, and then he merely strangled her to death. And she, didn't have enough blood in her brain, and she died. I mean, that's just, it made it really easy. There'd be no wounds, there'd be no anything. And shooting her from a distance made it easy too. He just made sure she didn't get on her phone and stuff like that. Alright guys, we still need 8 more of the channel members, and then I'll donate 5 myself, so I'll be spending $25. So if you guys have the ability to, that would be great. Not sure what makes today different than any other day. I mean, especially when we have something interesting. I know it's not the Koberger case, but yeah, whatever. I just said and Vroom. We don't need a maybe. Let's keep doing different variances of how she may have been strangled or smothered or whatever. It's the same thing. All right, it doesn't matter. He didn't let her breathe. Yeah, we don't need to kind of just keep repeating the same thing. Well, I mean, maybe he used a pillow, or maybe he used I mean, it's a complete waste of time. I already said that he strangled her. Basically, what I'm saying is asphyxiation. Okay. All right. Unless I just have info confused with Dulos case. I don't know. That's Dulos. Barry Morphiew wasn't openly cheating. Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen that. Records were obtained for BAM prescription related to Barry Morphiew. Records were also obtained for BAM prescriptions for all persons within the counties and adjacent counties to where Morphiew lived and where Suzanne Morphiew remains were located. Those records showed that Barry Morphiew obtained and filled several prescriptions for BAM while living in Indiana. Remember, because he had the deer farm. Barry Morphew's last purchase of BAM by prescription was in March of 2018. Barry obtained multiple kits that each contained multiple doses just a few months before the Morphews moved to Colorado. Records further showed that no other private citizens or private businesses in any of the surrounding counties and had purchased BAM prescriptions from 2000. That's a really good piece of circumstantial evidence. Amazing. 2017 to 2020. Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the National Park Service were the only entities that received prescriptions of BAM in those counties from 2017 through 2020. Investigators learned that each of those government entities enforced tight regulations to monitor the BAM prescription storage and use. None of the BAM from those agencies was unaccounted for. Ah, geez, Cindy, can you guys just, if you haven't been here, you're not going to be interested, all right? So go do something else. What a disruptor. Every single show. Investigators learned that each of these government entities enforced tight regulations to monitor the BAM prescription, storage, and use. None of the BAM from the agencies was unaccounted for. Ultimately, the prescription records show that when Suzanne Morphiew disappeared, only one private citizen living in that entire area of the state had access to BAM, and that was Barry Morphiew. I mean, don't you think that that's a huge piece of circumstantial evidence right there? Hey, thanks, Carly T. Well, you guys said you weren't coming tonight. By the way, like, Cindy went out of her way to send me a text saying, me and Daphne aren't going to be here tonight. And it's like, okay. I mean, imagine if everybody texted me that. Yeah. All right. Anyways, all offenses against the peace and dignity of the people of the state of Colorado. So I don't know if that's. Guess that's it. Well, there you go. Wow. that's some crazy stuff right there. It sounds like he recovered her body, and then he put biking pants on her, because obviously she wasn't wearing that, all right? She wasn't wearing the biking, like, he gets home, what time was that? That 43? And she's probably doesn't have the biking stuff on, but he had that whole story about her biking. So then he goes, oh shit, I mean, it's weird that he was going to put her somewhere, and then he thought somebody would find her at some point, and now she has the biking gear on. That's weird, isn't it? That's crazy. So, it'd be interesting to know where she was originally. Because now, okay, so my theory isn't right then, the one about the two, that she was moved between, that late, I think it was 2:47 until 10 something at night. He put her somewhere else during that time frame. And it could even have been like at 3 in the morning, that 3, whatever, what time was that? It was 3, right over here. I don't know if that was it. Yeah, right here. Like, this whole segment was kind of hard to... Similarly, further analysis of the information from Barry Morphew's infotainment system, the telematics, in his truck showed an irregular gap in record activity, specifically from 3:49 a.m. to approximately 8:10 a.m. So now it's like this is probably the time. To approximately 8:10 a.m. on May 10th, 2020. There is no recorded data registering on Barry's infotainment system. An indication of no truck activity from telematics is consistent with other facts developed from Barry Morphew's phone, surveillance footage, and Barry Morphew's statements about his activities on May 10th, 2020. Specifically, telematics showed it. Barry Morphew arrived at his residence at 2:43, and it then registered various other activities throughout the afternoon at the residence until he must have turned it off at 9:52 p.m. on May 9th, 2020. The telematics data then showed activity resume again at 3:25 a.m. to 3:49 a.m. So that's 24 minutes at a GPS location consistent with his driveway. So is he like putting her body in the truck at this point? Barry Morphew reported to law enforcement that he was asleep during that time frame. So he's waiting till really late at night to move her body when most people aren't doing anything. From 3:49 a.m. to 8:10 a.m. on May 10th, the infotainment system or telematics did not register any data. But I mean, I don't know. Why did he turn off his phone? I guess I don't know exactly when he did something with their body. Because remember, he turned his phone off at home. It was off for like all the way up until 10 something. From 3:49 a.m. to 8:10 a.m. on May 10th. Hey, thanks, Jessica Schubach. I guess we need 7 more of those, you guys. 7 more of those. 8:10 a.m. on May 10th, 2020. The infotainment system or telematics did not register any data, despite the fact that Barry Morphew's cell phone indicated that a device was in Johnson Village. So why didn't it record telematic? I mean, they didn't give us a reason for that. When recorded telematics data became available again in the records from the infotainment system downloaded at 8:10 a.m. on May 10, 2020, corresponding GPS coordinates showed that Barry Morphew had already arrived in the area of Broomfield, Colorado. Right, because he got there at 5 something. This gap is registered data is inconsistent with the pattern of telematics data captured in the days and weeks leading up to this event. I wish they were more specific. Like, what are they implying on that? Don't know. Man, I hope they televise that trial. That wouldn't. They should, right? Because Colorado does do that. Oh, come on. Cindy J, man. That's like that first one in 3 months. Thank you. Gifted a membership. Very cool. Telematics data refers to the information gathered by telematics systems which combine telecommunications and information to monitor and manage vehicles and other assets. I don't know. Was he like affecting the telematics system? That's wild. Man. And I wonder if I mean, he was probably smart enough to not have his phone on when he moved her body, apparently. That's crazy. Yeah, all those casino trips, huh? Yeah. Oh, is that what it is? It was on a trailer attached to a truck. How does that affect, I mean, what does that mean, though? So the telematics was something, was in the trailer part, and then he could drive around the, I don't get it. So he used a different vehicle, but his phone was moving. I see. So he used a different vehicle and his phone was moving, so it wasn't consistent with what he would normally do. Is that what you were saying? Something like that? Right. He did all this to Suzanne because she... Yeah, we know. We've gone over that already. Yeah. I think it's called a cat. It's like... Yeah, I remember he had some kind of a thing where maybe he could dig with it. It's been so long. I mean, we covered it back in 2020 and a little bit a couple of years ago. And yeah, it's weird watching the kids. I mean, I guess that's sort of normal, right? I know, it still just doesn't... Let's try to read that part again then and picture what you're saying. So this telematics. Okay. The download of Barry Morphew's cell phone registered events related to his phone. Alright? Like, an expert forensic analysis determined that some of these events were in fact Barry Morphew's phone being turned off during the time frame of May 9th into May 10th, 2020. Turning off a cellular device effectively disables its ability to record location information. Specifically, the forensic analysis noted that Barry Morphew's phone downloaded... I think I got the right spot where he didn't want to be recorded during a specific time because he was putting the bike... I guess we'd have to find that part again, but he was putting the helmet in the bike. The forensic analyst noted that Barry Morphew's phone download showed it was turned off at 2:47 p.m. on May 9th, 2020, only a few minutes after he arrived home. And I think she was already darted right when he got home. Just came in, chased her down, darted her, and she never got back on her phone again. But he turned his phone off at 2:47. I wonder if there's any movement recorded in that 2:43 to 2:47. So I remember they had this whole thing where you could see how he was even moving around inside the house. At approximately 10:17 p.m. on May 9th, so the same evening, so he gets home at 2:47 or 3, phone turns off at 2:47, and then at 10:17 on May 9th, 2020, the phone was turned back on. So he turns it back on. See, that's what's interesting is, why did he turn his phone off at 2:47 and then back on at 10:17? Doesn't it feel like he did something? He killed her and just put her somewhere between 2:47 and 10:17. Doesn't that sort of make sense? Because why would you turn your phone off? Because whatever he's doing is something he didn't want to be discovered where he was going. So you would think it like at 2:47 when he turned it off, he's strangling her, and then he must do something with her body. And then at 10:17 he's already put her body in the original location. All right, let's just look at it like that. He's already put her body in the original location. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, look at you guys. If you're in a place financially where you're like can barely do it and you're struggling and stuff like that, I don't want you supporting my channel. I mean, I appreciate it and everything like that, but if you're really struggling and my God, you know, helping my channel out makes your life harder, then I don't want, I mean, you know, I don't want you to. I mean, sure, I appreciate the thought of it, but I don't want, I don't need to have comments in the chat about, oh man, I just really can't, you know. I'm just trying to, if the people out there that can afford to help to support the channel would, I don't think I'd have any problem reaching the goals, etc. But a lot of times people just don't want it. They just don't feel like it, whatever. I don't know what it is, you know. And that's why I have these debates in my head. Do I just switch over to videos only? Because I like making videos. Yeah, but I like doing the live streams with the freaks, working through stuff like tonight, right? But it makes it hard when you do the shows, especially when you make videos and they don't get viewed and there's no ad, you know, it's a very, very frustrating dilemma being on YouTube, all right? It's tough, you know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I do shows every single day for 3 hours plus, and I make videos to augment because we aren't doing as well as we used to do on the live streams. And you can see it tonight. You know, for example, tonight we have, you know, Cheryl Moran and 8675309. And without those two, we wouldn't even be at 40% of the goal. So imagine if they weren't here tonight, that's where we would be. You know what I mean? Like, it would just be, you know, you come on, you do these huge shows, and you'd be in an absolute struggle of a place. And, you know, didn't used to be like that. I didn't used to have to ask. I didn't have to. And it just sort of became more like that. So, you know, whatever it is what it is. Thank you, Stephanie Sprague. I will count that as one. So what do we need now? 5 more channel memberships. Right. Yeah. I mean, I do a lot of videos that other channels copy and steal, and when they do their shows, they get supported as if they're winning the lottery. Okay. I do the same thing on mine. It isn't like that. I guess it's just normal here. It's just, you know, oh yeah, Gray's, he's always doing that. So I guess what I should do is do really shitty work and then come up with something great, and then you guys go, yeah! You know? I might be on Court TV again pretty soon. I heard from Vinny. So we'll see. Thank you, Stephanie Sprague. Alright, so let me just think about this for again. Okay, so it was at approximately 10:17 p.m. on May 9th, the phone was turned back on. So what do you guys think happened? You know, he gets into the house at 2:43, and Suzanne never used her phone again after that time. And then at 2:47, he turns his phone off. So isn't it likely that she's already been darted? And she's probably passed out on the ground. He then turns his phone off and it's asphyxiated, strangled, smothered, whatever you want to call it. She can't breathe and she dies, and then his phone's still off this whole time. So what did he do between 2:47 p.m. and 10:17 p.m.? I mean, 10:17 is dark outside. I think he did something with her body during that time. The phone was turned back on at 10:17. Barry Morphew's cell phone was again turned off. And here's what I think. This is what I came up with, at least. At 4:32 a.m. on May 10, 2020, prior to him leaving the residence on his trip to Broomfield. So remember that part down here? Right here, he's probably loading, like putting the bike and helmet and crap, what else, whatever he's doing, he's putting that into the vehicle. And then he turns his phone off at 4:32 because now he's leaving the house. So right here, he's putting stuff in the truck, doing whatever he's doing, and then at 4:32 a.m., he leaves his house on May 10, 2020, prior to him leaving the residence on his trip to Broomfield, Colorado. It was not turned on again until 5:37. So how long does it take to get from, I guess we could do that. Let's do, I bet you we're going to be missing 15 or 20 minutes here. Watch this. Just guessing here, but let's go like this. I got to do the same thing with Google Maps over here. 19057. Isn't that theirs? Puma Path recently viewed. Anyways, I don't know what that means. But anyways, we go right here, and then that's a little bit longer of a drive, though, isn't it? What's the name of that town again that he went to? Broomfield. Wow, way up there, huh? How the hell did he get up there? Turned off at 4:32. Now that makes me think that he left the house at 3:25-ish, like 3:49 here, and then he went somewhere. But then if you turn it off at 4:32, he'd already be over here. That's a really long drive up there. I guess we're gonna have to type that in and see. So got it right here. Let's see if this makes sense. Broomfield, Colorado. Yeah, no, they have that 2 hours and 56 minutes. Man, that's crazy. It's either 3 hours and the quickest way is 3 hours and 56 minutes. Yeah, from the house. Man, that's weird. Does that even make any sense? So he doesn't turn it on again until 5:37, when location information showed him on the road, already in the area of Johnson. Okay, that's what we need to do. That's what we need. Not that one. Okay, that's only 36 minutes. There you go. That's that 15 minutes that I was telling you about. That's crazy. All right, look at that. Look at that. Okay. Now we can sort of figure this out a little bit. That's only 36 minutes. So watch this. What did I tell you a minute ago? We're going to be missing 15 or 20 minutes. Didn't I say that a minute ago? So let's see. 4:32, he turns his phone off at his house. And look at this. It only takes... this is crazy. It only takes 36 minutes to drive to that location. So add 36 to 4:32, and what do you get? You get 5:08. And then look at this. He doesn't turn it on again until 5:37. So that's 29 minutes of missing time that is unexplained, and then he shows up and he turns it back on at 5:37 when he's in that area. So we're missing 29 minutes. Man, that's crazy. And so that's why I think that, where the hell is it? So he turns his phone off at his home. Everything's like backwards. Let me get this map back up on the screen. Does that make any sense to anybody? So this is his house right here, and they said his phone showed that when he turned it back on, he was already in this area over here. And that should only take 36 minutes, but driving, it's quicker, right? So you probably, you know, like, nobody drives exactly what the speed limit is. So you probably could do it in 32 minutes. However, I think, so since that's the area, now we go to our map over here and go in. This is where Barry Morphiew lived. And now we know that there's a helmet found here and the bike here. That's probably what he did during that time frame. So he turns his phone off at 4:32 a.m. He goes from his home. He makes sure he's got what he wants. Because remember how he just wanted to tell everybody about the bike and maybe it was cougars. And then he puts a bike down here, taking up time. Then he drives down the highway over here. Puts the helmet, gets out of his car, has to put the helmet over there, and then he drives back this way. And maybe when he turned his phone off at 4:32, he did a couple other things, you know. But I think that's what he was doing. He was planting the evidence at that time. And he probably thought of it at the last minute, like he forgot about that. Like, oh shit, yeah. And then he puts the bike and the helmet, and then he goes over there, and that's why there's missing time. Does that make sense? What do you think, Cheryl? Paso County, it seems he would have had to take, I don't know. I don't really know about the roads. I don't really care. I'm just talking about the time frame. Stage the scene in the amount of time. Yeah, well, he didn't take him much time. He had to throw a bike and a helmet on the ground. And then he buried her, and then he got probably nervous at one point that they were going to find where she was buried, and then he moved her body, and then when he moved the body, he realized, well, wait, she doesn't have the biking outfit on. So then he puts the biking outfit on her. Isn't that weird? I mean, this guy is a psycho, man. Think about that. And think about this. We just need 5 more channel memberships or $25 worth of super chats, and then I'll donate 5 memberships myself. Yeah, but anyways, I think that's exactly what happened. Now, what was he doing? Okay, so he probably buried her body the night of, between 2:47 and that 10 o'clock number that we saw. Was it up here? I don't remember where it was now. Now right there, 10:17. So between 2:47 and 10:17, he probably put her body somewhere. And then late at night at 4:32, he does that other crap. But what was he doing right here? The telematics data then showed activity resumed from 3:25 a.m. to 3:49 a.m. on May 10th. So is this like another vehicle that he's using or something? Similarly, further analysis of the information from Barry Morphew's infotainment system, the telematics in his truck showed an irregular gap in recorded activities. Specifically, all right, so he has his truck, but maybe he was driving something else at his house. Specifically from approximately 3:49 a.m. So there you go. That kind of matches in there. 3:49 a.m. to approximately 8:10 a.m. On May 10th, 2020, there is no recorded data registering on Barry's infotainment system, his vehicle. An indication of no truck activity from telematics is inconsistent with other facts developed from Barry Morphew's phone. Right, so his phone is moving around, and it should be where it's connected to his, like it should be that he's in his truck, but maybe his truck isn't the one, what he's moving around in is what they're getting at here. That makes sense? All right, guys, what I need to do to get those other 5 channel memberships tonight. I've given up on trying to dance a jig. I can't dance a jig, you guys. I'm just trying to get to the goals so that we can, you know, give as much as we can out of the income at the end of the month. Telematics show that Barry Morphew arrived at his residence at 2:43, so that's accurate. That matches, I mean, his phone was turned off at 2:47. So the telematics in his truck show that he got home at 2:43 on May 9th. It then registered various other activities throughout the afternoon at the residence until it ceased at 9:52 p.m. And so that's interesting. See, like that time there, he didn't use his truck anymore, but then at 10:17 he turns off his phone. So he wasn't using his truck anymore at 9:52. I think I almost need to do a timeline on this thing. Yeah, I wasn't talking to you, Sandy. You get what I'm saying? A few minutes ago, I just explained that, and then we don't need the explanation. You know what I'm saying? But thank you. It just always makes me feel uncomfortable when you... Yeah. Yeah. Hell will freeze over before we see Gray dance a jig. Yeah, I can't do it. They'd probably break my back. Yeah, I mean, I thank Sandy every single time. I just don't need to hear about how, because it makes me feel, you know, if you're tapped out, send me an email, Sandy. I'll send you some money, okay? Yeah, I'll take it out of my own personal money. I'll send you some money. Maybe then you can use that to send it in. And I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't want anybody to be tapped out helping my channel. I'd rather give you money than have you be tapped out. Let's see. They probably couldn't bear losing another parent, and after they found out she was having an affair, they probably saw him as a victim. Huh? Oh, you mean the daughters? I mean, there's so many cases like this. I mean, remember the one, I forgot her name for some reason, but the one where she was driving across country and got a shot through a window? That one? You know what I'm saying? And then her husband just got back and he had mental problems because he was fighting in combat or something, and she was leaving him with the kids and told people if she ever gets shot, he's the one that did it. And then she's driving across country, and then somebody pulls up next to him and shoots him through the window. Oh, okay. I thought you were just... I wasn't sure what you're saying. I just feel bad when people say stuff like that. But I appreciate your support, Sandy. Yeah, what was the name of that one, real quick? It should just pop right into my head, but it's been a while. Let's see. Ah, crap. Can't remember. That one was really interesting, too. It was around the same time as Cheryl Coker. Let's see. Mother of two shot in head on trip across country. Yeah, it's not going to do it. On highway. That doesn't show up. Oh, there, yeah, there it is. Melissa Pesky. There you go. That's it. That's it. That one's crazy. Right, so in this one, it says if it then registered various other activities, this is his telematics, that afternoon at the residence until it ceased, right, at 9:52. So he was doing different things with the truck. The telematics data then showed activity resumed again. So that means he's got his truck turned on at 3:25 a.m. to 3:49. So it's like a 24-minute window. Let's see. The telematics data then showed activity resumed from 3:25 to 3:49 a.m. on May 10, 2020. At a GPS location consistent with his driveway. So it's just sitting in his driveway, but he gets into the car. Barry Morphiew reported to law enforcement that he was asleep during that time. So is that the only reason that they're bringing up that? And then it says from 3:49 a.m. to 8:10 on May 10, 2020, the infotainment system or telematics did not register any data, despite the fact that Barry Morphew's cell phone indicated that a device was in Johnson Village at 5:37 a.m. Ah, so there you go. That means that he was using a different vehicle at this time, right? But then, what did he do? Drive home again and then... I don't know. That's just weird. Village at 5:37 a.m. What was the time? So that's 5:37. What was the time up here? Look at right here. This is his cell phone data. Barry Morphew's cell phone was again turned off at 4:32 a.m. on May 10, 2020, prior to him leaving the residence on his trip to Broomfield, Colorado. Was not turned on again until 5:37. So he turns his phone on at 5:37 there, and we have the exact time down here regarding telematics. From 3:49 a.m. to 8:10 a.m. on May 10, 2020, the infotainment system or telematics did not register any data. Thanks, little puppy paws. Despite the fact that Barry Morphew's cell phone indicated the device was in Johnson Village at 5:37 a.m. Despite the fact that Barry... I don't even know what that means. God. Infotainment system or telematics did not register any data, so that's in his truck, despite the fact that Barry Morphew's cell phone indicated... Oh, that's right. So it's referring to the same thing. The device was in Johnson Village at 5:37 a.m. on that date, and Barry reported being in his truck traveling to Broomfield at that time. When recorded telematics data became available again, meaning when he got back in that truck, in the records from the infotainment system downloaded at 8:10 a.m. on May 10, 2020, corresponding GPS coordinates show that Barry Morphiew had already arrived in the area of Broomfield, Colorado. This gap, I'm going to have to study that more. Hey, thanks, Derek Sherman. What are we at now, you guys? How many more of these do we need? This is, I need to work through this a little bit more. It's crazy. From 3:49 a.m. to 8:10, the infotainment system or telematics did not register any data. So that means, so this is the infotainment in his truck, right? The infotainment system or telematics did not register any data despite the fact that Barry Morphew's cell phone, so it shows that his truck's not on, recording any infotainment data, but his cell phone is moving. The fact that Barry Morphew's cell phone indicated the device was in Johnson Village at 5:37 a.m. on that date, and Barry reported being in his truck. So he himself reported that he was in his truck traveling to Broomfield at that time. So that doesn't make sense, right? Because his truck isn't traveling there because there's no infotainment. So they're proving another lie, basically. When recorded telematics data became available again in the records from the infotainment system, downloaded. I'm not sure why they're saying downloaded at 8:10. Or there's supposed to be a comma in there. When recorded telematics data became available again in the records from the infotainment system, download at 8:10. So it should be like a comma there. At 8:10 a.m. on May 10th, 2020, corresponding GPS coordinates showed that Barry Morphew had already arrived in the area of Broomfield, Colorado. So he's already okay, so his own cell phone GPS coordinates showed that Barry Morphew had already arrived in Broomfield, Colorado. And then, so is there somebody else using his vehicle or what? I mean, that's weird. That one's hard to kind of decipher what they're trying to back engineer, what they're trying to come up with. When recorded telematics data became available again in the records from the infotainment system downloaded at 8:10 a.m. on May 10th, 2020, corresponding GPS coordinates showed that Barry Morphew had already arrived in the area of Broomfield, Colorado. This gap in registered data is inconsistent with the pattern of telematics data captured in the days and weeks leading up to this event. Weird. Crazy. Well, what do you guys want to talk about now? I think I'm gonna have to go through this and try to figure it out. I'm gonna need to make like another spreadsheet or something. Yeah, I mean, if he disabled his infotainment system, that's that's definitely a possibility. So, I mean, that'd be a weird thing to know about, That's like an extra level. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they didn't put that in the indictment. I mean, they have pictures in this Daily Mail from today. Yeah, that's right here. So that's that hotel. Remember that? So that's at 6:35. Barry Morphew admitted to using a tranquilizer gun to shoot deer so he could harvest their horns, but said he was unsure how the cap got in the dryer, court records show. I think we might have one. I think there's already a spreadsheet on this somewhere that I might have. I don't need any help or anything. Let's see. And no, I don't. I thought I had one. Like somebody, I think there was this huge one that was created somewhere. We'll see if I can find something. What do you mean, why are her feet missing? It didn't say that her feet were missing. It said most of her bones were there. It didn't mention anything about her feet being missing. Well, yeah, the 200,000, Richard, is he knew that that's not why. I thought it looks ridiculous. I thought when Barry Morphiew offered 200,000 for the safe return of his wife, or whatever the hell it was, that showed that he was guilty as hell. Because nobody would put out a $200,000 reward the first night somebody's missing, unless you're absolutely certain that she is not going to be, found by somebody. All right? Because if somebody's just barely missing, they might have, wandered off, crashed a bike or something, and then you're going to owe 200 grand on something that was nothing. It just didn't make any sense. Most of the time you do like 20,000, and you keep moving it up over time. But he puts this massive number in there to try to trick people, to make them think that he cared so much. And the way he did it, didn't look good. Shit. I'll just donate the 5, even though, I've never seen it such a struggle to get to a goal. It's just crazy. I'll send him in the 5. What a wild, just so difficult just to, let's see. Live, can I do it over here? And there we go.
Mr. Wonderful here.
Ah, God, that Mr. Wonderful commercial over and over and over and over and over and over again. Hey, thanks, Kit Kat. But there you go, you guys. If you want to make up the other 4 that we didn't get, that'd be great too. But I'm going to just do the 5 anyways. That way, at least in my brain, I can pretend that we... Police believe this scene was staged. Her helmet was discovered days later. Yeah. Yeah, remember that? A Tearful Berry released a video. Garbage. Alright, I have a folder. I have these folders from like September of 2022. But I know I have ones. Wow. There's one folder. Yeah, okay, that was 2025. I have. Wow, how do I have a. When was this? Because I have a image of her from 9/7/2019. How is that possible? Wow, that's crazy. Well, I guess the image was taken at that time. So I must have downloaded an original image of some sort. Weird. No, that's my image. When was this? This happened in 2020, didn't it? That doesn't even make any sense. I actually have these files that were created, these thumbnails, 9/7/2019. I wonder if that, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Really doesn't make sense. Hey, thanks, Walker. Welcome. All right, so these are the original, like 9/2. What dates were these? May of 2020. So we have, so like the earliest file that I have is, that I can see right here is June 1st, 2020. Let me open up that location. Let me make it bigger. See what we have in here. Oh yeah, you remember this crazy video that this one guy... See, I downloaded it.
My name's Tyson Draper.
Yeah, remember that guy made a video?
Okay. Yeah, do you mind putting that in your pocket? Oh, not a problem. Not a problem. No, it's not on, bro.
That guy was pretty crazy. He just shows up there and he was talking to Barry Morphiew right during this time.
We have a lot of media. Yeah. Moderates. And obviously this is very low.
You guys remember that?
Oh, absolutely, bro. Private from... But we've searched. It's never going to hurt to retrace searches. But we've searched a
Yeah, and he told him that he wasn't recording him.
200-mile radius. What? Really? All of the mountains have been covered so far. But obviously, we're going to miss things. Right. So let me show you what happened. And I do have a reward. There is a reward? $210,000 reward.
$210,000. You remember this at all, man? We play this all the time.
The bike was found at the bottom of the hill by that
You know what I should do is stabilize it.
tree where the peak is. Oh, really? The first night there was a mountain lion.
Yeah, he's trying to like pin it on a mountain lion.
The officer seen it walk by the car, so we thought maybe she got attacked by a lion. We thought
No, this is just some guy that drove over there.
maybe she wrecked. Coming down this hill, a car coming around the corner fast.
I think this is right here, I think. Like, I think they're just walking like that. I think. I mean, it sort of looks like the road turns to the left up there. Let's look at the mountains in the background. Here, let's go right here. And does that match at all? Maybe it might not. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to tell from that angle. I don't know. Hard to say. But I'm pretty sure that that's where that was. Or it could have been, maybe they were walking right here. Actually, let's see. Let me look. Oh, there's no street view there. But look, that mountain going like that. There it is. I think that's that. See? So I think it's on this road. And they're just walking like that. There you go. And I think that's what that is. And you're just, I don't know. It's hard to say because there's no street view there, but I know it was right around in this area. There's also like a bridge that they were kind of walking over at one point, like right there. So that kind of does make sense for what I just said. That they're going this direction, and then there's this bridge over here, right there. And so where were they right at the beginning of this? Let's see.
My name's Tyson Draper.
So there's a creek right there. I think they're on.
I'm from Arizona.
Okay. So that might be on the bridge now. And then does it take a right at the end? So let's see. They're on the other side of that creek. So the creek, I think they're right there then. See? That is right there. I mean, it looks like it anyways. So, well, no, but it doesn't turn right right after the creek. So are they going this direction? No. That's interesting though, because there's the creek. Where else does that creek go? And then I don't know if there's like a secondary creek. See, there's another kind of a, and then there's a bridge here. But then on the other side of that creek, it goes to the right, and there's no going to the right on that one. So maybe we'll have to keep watching and try to figure it out.
So what happened? Okay. Yeah, do you mind putting that in your pocket? Oh, not a problem. Not a problem. No, it's not on, bro. It's not on. We've had a lot of media. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Barry Morphiew right here, the guy in the blue shirt.
And obviously this is very emotional. Oh, absolutely, bro. Private from. But we've searched. It's never going to hurt to retrace searches. But we've searched a 200-mile radius. What? Really? All of the mountains have been covered so far.
I mean, there's this little bridge right here, but man, that doesn't seem like he moved like that.
But obviously, we're not in this triangle between the RV pound to the river. Pretty good. My concerns were
bike just right against that tree down there.
Well, no, it was on the ground. It was, the wheel was facing, and the.
Oh, so they're saying where the bike was. Let's see, because I know where the bike was. So they're only right here. So they were going that way. Oh, I see. That's crazy. So they were walking like this over that bridge. Let's start over again.
Okay.
Yeah, do you mind putting that in your pocket?
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem.
They're going like this.
We've had a lot of media.
Yeah.
Bother us. And
yeah, this is it. Right?
Obviously, this is very emotional.
So they're going like this.
Absolutely, bro. Private.
And then they walk around like this.
It's never going to hurt.
And there you go. There's the slope mountain right there. Can I get a poo?
200-mile radius. What? Really? All of the mountains have been covered so far. But obviously.
And so right there, he is.
Right. So let me show you what
they're standing right there. Now they're turning and going that way.
And I do have a reward.
And see the.
There is a reward.
210,000.
See the bank on the left side right there? That's just like that.
$1,000 reward. The bike was found at the bottom of the hill by that tree where the pink is.
Oh, really?
The first night there was a mountain lion. The officer seen it walk by the car.
Yeah, we've
so
seen the pictures too down there.
By lion. We thought maybe she wrecked coming down this hill, a car coming around the corner fast, or maybe was disoriented and got in the river. We've covered all of this really good, this triangle, with search and rescue. So we're pretty comfortable that she's not in this triangle between the RV park, your truck, this road, and then the next road. But what seems to have happened from the investigators, and they don't give much, in an article going west of hers, they won't tell us what it is. So they sent another team after they found the article.
Oh, that's the helmet. That's what he's talking about. They found another article.
An article going west is maybe she was abducted right here. And they found an article going west of hers. They won't tell us what it is.
The helmet.
So they sent another team after they found the article that covered this hillside all the way down to the river pretty good. My concerns were this way and that way if it was the cat. Because the cats, they drag their prey up the mountain and out of people's.
Yeah, when anybody starts suggesting mountain lions and stuff, that means you're either a nut job or you're, yeah, I mean, stuff like that happens, but it's so rare that when you're trying to suggest it, you're trying to deceive people.
We can't find sign for the cat, but we got rain. Like right
Yeah, can't find signs of the cat. You mean the imaginary cat that you came up with?
Could have washed away sign.
So they found her bike just right against that tree down there?
Well, no, it was on the ground. It was, the wheel was facing, and the
yeah, it's pretty strong cat, M10.
They screwed everything up. They shouldn't have touched it. That car's over here. Well, the sheriff let everybody drive through here, covering all.
It's weird too, because the cat had just been eating Bam prior. You know, was eating it. It tastes good, and then he bit her, and it looks like she got drugged by Barry, but it was actually the fangs of the mountain lion that left the Bam in Suzanne Morphew's system. That kind of logic I just used right there is very prevalent in the pro-burger community.
Messing up all the evidence. They were walking all over this area, which if somebody abducted her, they would have had foot tracks. They would have fingerprints on the bike.
And
they let 10 other people touch the bike.
Oh, so you're already observing how the crime scene was tainted. You can bring that up at trial.
I was in Denver, so
you were?
I didn't get here until 9 o'clock that night.
Yeah.
And my friend's an Army Ranger, and he knows this stuff better than anybody.
Right, so I'm cleared, you guys. My friend's an Army Ranger.
He did 400 tours. And
400 tours? That makes him even more of a... There's no way I did it.
Oh, is that...
So what I would say... You want to help? I would say this way been the least covered. Well, and maybe they told me.
There's been so many cases where, like Patrick Frazee, Christopher Watt.
Oh yeah, I remember Patrick Frazee. Remember that one?
You just came to help?
Yeah.
I had school friends come the first.
I'm not going to play the whole thing.
The car was there.
Bro, just Barry, give me.
Yeah, I'll text you.
Yeah, text me your number, and then if I find anything, I will. I'll let you know.
Go ahead.
480-431. Feel for you, man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. First is yet to come.
Yeah, that guy didn't care. He was just out there to get a scoop. I remember that. Wow, M10, thank you. Hey, look at that. I guess posthumously we got to the goal. I don't know if that's the right word. It makes sense in my head, though. Let's see. Let me try to find some more old Barry Morphiew stuff. But thank you so much. Appreciate it. K's wife had. That sounds like a good word for it. Yeah, it does sort of work. Yeah, let's see. This is an old one, old article from August 24th, 2020. Vanished after going for a bike ride on Tuesday. Morphiew spoke exclusively with the local news station Fox 21 in a 25-minute phone interview. Do they have that? Still? Part 1. You don't see beauty when... Hold on. Is there an actual audio file on that? Suzanne has always been beautiful. Everything about her is beautiful. You don't just see beauty when you see Suzanne is around, you feel it. Suzanne loves Jesus and she loves like Jesus. always with a sweet smile and a kind word, until she started dating somebody else, and then I shot her with a dart and strangled her to death. She has a peaceful presence about her. Oh, I mean, it doesn't say that. I was just... she loves her family. She's so thankful to be a mama. It wasn't a guarantee for her, not something she could assume would happen when she was ready. I don't know who wrote all this. This must be Barry. I mean, you know, what do you even get out of anything that he writes? It's just a complete waste of time. I've got, yeah, so this is a pretty old folder here. What are these videos? Barry Morphiew Raw Wave. Okay, what's this?
My name's Tyson Draper. I'm from Arizona.
Well, that's the audio from that. What's this one right here? That's my dry humor, Cheryl. I'm glad you like it. What was this? Did I call
Crime YouTuber, but
I don't even remember what the hell I was calling about at the time. I didn't want to play it. I don't know what I was saying. No, I think I was just asking on how to get some information. Okay, 2 months into search. What's PC Wave? What's that?
We've started a tip line with the assistance of CBI.
Well, press cut.
Tip line number is 719-312-7530. I want to give you a little brief recap of what we've done since we received the call of Suzanne's disappearance on Sunday. We've, in the area and in the general area, we've run foot searches using air support, canine support, swift water support, and we've also utilized countless hours of drone searches. We've used well over 200 personnel, and over 2,000 man hours have gone into this search, but unfortunately we haven't found Suzanne yet, and as I stated before, that is our top priority. Yesterday afternoon, which is Thursday.
What's this one? Which case is that, M10? You spent hours looking at maps and you nailed it before it was... Which one, which case was that? Oh, you mean on the... where her body was found?
Suzanne Morphiew was reported missing on Mother's Day. Now, we don't know if...
Hey, look at that. Was a video that I made a long time ago. This video is 5 years old.
went missing prior to Mother's Day. Like overkill.
Look at I sound exactly the same, for God's sake.
At the time, but again, that doesn't really mean anything. Apparently today, law enforcement is searching an area near Van. You can see right there, there's that...
oh yeah, I remember that whole search around there. None of that was panned out. Let's see. What? You see me, but the rest is black? What do you mean? The fence... I don't remember now. I don't remember. I mean, where her body was found, yeah, it took forever to... We were looking at the reporters standing out there. McStay case, we found the location before anybody else did, other than the law enforcement and whatnot. But yeah, like down here it was hard because I just do the same thing that I always do and use the mountain ranges and stuff that was in the background in different shots. So like what you do a lot of times is somebody will do a shot and tell a story and then you have to look in the background over here and pick the same ridges on the mountain that are behind them, and then you can sort of, at that point you know what direction you need to be looking, and then you line it up. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it was ever dark, the screen. Remember the guy from Indiana you interviewed? Oh yeah, you interviewed, who was like recounting a violent encounter. Yeah, totally. That guy was odd though. He was kind of strange. He was almost felt like he was trying to look for his first 15 minutes of fame or something. I'm pretty sure I have that somewhere out there. That interview. I guess we never made it back over to the Idaho 4 tonight. Hey, that's good though, right? I mean, I think. Remember, let's see, I don't use this term lightly, but he's a great BSer. There's an audio, Sandy, huh? What are you referring to? Oh yeah, I was playing an audio file. The screen's black. Right. Okay. Yeah, it was just an audio file. Well, the screen wasn't black. The audio program is black. Like this one. I'll do it again. Watch. This thing. See the screen right there? Yeah, that's
My name's Tyson Draper.
That's a media player. It just looks black, but it's not really black. Yeah, well, I thought the video today was good too, but then somebody in the comments said, I don't even understand your video at all. I got confused, and then I left, and I go, I don't think I can explain it any better than I did in the video today. I don't have the ability to explain it better, so... Yeah, you guys let's look at that really quick. Sorry, Cheryl. I just want to see some of the comments and see where we're at. It just kind of started doing off pretty well, and then it just got crap after that. Let's see. Content, video. Yeah, so this is it from today. Right here. And it looks like we did get up to 1.1 thousand likes. What are we at on the analytics? It says 7.7 thousand views, which isn't really that great, but it's not horrendous or something. But the real number is 8,800, and we got 21 new subs from just that video. But we're only at 523 views an hour now, which I guess, it could be worse. Maybe it'll pick up tomorrow. It looks like it kind of started dipping and then had a little pickup there for a while. And the average watch time of a 20-minute video is 9 minutes and 53 seconds. So that's what I don't like. I just can't stand it. And then in the comments section, you always have these people who ask the exact same question as what was answered in the video itself. So let's see what some of these new ones are. There's been a whole bunch more in this. I said, please hit the like button. And then this person says, what activity does Xana's show she doing prior? And I go, what does that have to do with hitting the like button? See, I said, please hit the like button for me, please. And then this person says, what activity does Xana... And then I did answer it. I goes, we don't know what she was doing prior to the delivery. Maybe she was already on TikTok. That's the one. Gray Hughes investigated. Actually, it has zero to do with the like button, although I did click it already. I simply needed your attention as I thought the victim's text data was available. Thank you. No, you didn't. You nailed it again, Gray. Boom. Excellent deduction, Gray. Agree with your analysis 100% as far as the Doordash driver parking next to BK for about 30 seconds. The Doordash said BK was in the street, so that might mean Queen Road and not the alleyway. Yeah, I mean, it could be Queen Road. We talked about that. Cheryl probably left. There is so much that is coming out all the time, and the more we learn, the more it seems Brian is guilty. What do you mean? The more we learn, the more it seems. I can't comprehend anyone still thinking they got the wrong guy. I've seen YouTubers who somehow came up with the idea that this lady was just telling law enforcement that she was a witness. They apparently... I know! You guys, listen to this. Listen to this, you guys. You remember that thing I played last night where it was on... what was it? Law and Crime, and that guy goes, wow, so this, I mean, it's weird, like something like, you know, why is she only coming forward now that she was the Doordash driver? And there's so many people that think that in the comments. What are you guys talking about? They've had her name since like the first week. You know, they found out that Xana was on, they ordered a Doordash, and they figured out who it was, and they talked to that person. I mean, I don't understand these people. So it's crazy. Look at I've seen YouTubers who somehow came up with the idea that this lady was just telling law enforcement that she was a witness. They're apparently a little slow. It's obvious. She had already done that from the beginning, or she wouldn't be saying she has to testify. I know, exactly. Like even in there, she says, oh, I got to testify, because they've already worked with her. See, it just shows you guys that the pro-burger people are the sort of the, you know, like refuge of society. I don't even know what you want to call them. These people's brains do not work. They can't think their way out of a shoebox, and it's scary. And I actually thought that exact same thing today. I go, well, she says right in there that she's supposed to testify. So how is she just now coming forward? I mean, where are their brains here? It's just so weird. What are you guys thinking about? It's just, oh my God. And every chance they get, they put her initials out or do something like that. And I haven't done it. I mean, her name is completely out there now. It's just, anyways. This lady will be torn to shreds on the stand. You know what's weird, you guys? She could be the most normal person out there. And on that day, she took too much of one of her drugs, apparently. Like she takes drugs for anxiety or whatever. And it just messed her up big time on that day. So everybody's judging her as if that's how she'll be on the stand, looking away and twirling her head around, and you know. She saw him right after she started messing around, but then she saw lots of other stuff too. Aliens, UFOs, D.B. Cooper. Your brain is fried. Okay. Another good reason to lock her car if he was parked and within eyeshot. Great work, Ray. I love the way you stand your ground and don't put up with no nonsense investigator. Hey, well, thank you. Come on, you guys like me for that reason too, right? Come on. Put a 1 in there if that's something you agree with. Because I can't be fake like that. That's why I tell you, hey guys, we need to get some more support for the channel, you know. It's just, it is what it is. You know, if you don't like me, you don't like me. I need to see that woman in the eye. I can't believe people are saying this girl is lying and that she's not the driver. Number one, why would she randomly say it if she wasn't? Makes no sense. They can easily look into that. Number two, it just so happens her initials are, now they're saying them, which is also the initials in the court documents. But it's also the initials of one of the victims too, right? Madison Mogan. So we don't know which one you're talking about. You're okay, Greg. Yeah, all right. Let's see. This one is outstanding work. If I were the prosecution, I would use the spreadsheet, verify the information, and present it to the jury. The information is laid out perfectly in such a manner as to be being easily understood. Yeah. I mean, don't you think? Like, the way I have it here with the coloring and stuff, you know, like the red is different times the vehicle is spotted on camera. There's also red here, but this is when I think the Doordash driver inside of that small window. In fact, I'm even going to remove, I'm going to put, let's see, let's put it back to the way it was. That's not how you do it. I think it's that one. Take the format of that one and put it there, then take the format of that one and put it on that one. Yeah, so the only time is right here. That's the only one that's available that matches her wording, because she said she parked next to somebody. She parked next to Brian, right? And that's the only time that it's possible that she, unless you think she parked, then drove somewhere else, and then parked again. You know, that's the only way it could be another time. But then Brian wouldn't be at the vehicle at that time. Anyways, let's go back to this. Let's see. Of course she saw him on the news. First time. Okay. This is better than the leak they were mad about. I think he was watching them in the car before she pulled up. Yeah, I mean, he probably pulled up to the side and was looking through Xana's window, because she's obviously still awake because the Doordash delivery is coming. So he's like, what's that light mean? He probably didn't care because it was on the other side of the house. Well, no, we heard in the comments section that some Doordash drivers said that they'll hit delivered while they're still sitting in their car, and it readies the camera. And then you walk up to the house and you lay it down, and then you just press the camera. So it's a different time. Yeah, it's when they set it down on the ground and take a picture. But a lot of the Doordash drivers, they'll hit delivered, and then the app sort of goes through the process to the part where there's a photo to take. So I think she put delivered at 3:59, and then she got out of her car. I do believe that those key fob sounds, don't most of you agree that those key fob sounds are the Doordash driver? I mean, it's just, the timing is so perfect. It would be almost unbelievable that another car, it was at exactly that same time with the key fobs. I mean, especially that time of night. No vehicle was involved in the case. No vehicle was involved in this case. This has to be Lisa Valenzuela right here. Oh, man, you responded to that one. Sure, Koberger ran 10 miles from his apartment, committed the crime, and then ran back to his apartment. Let me reply to this guy. Hey, and don't forget don't forget the alien spacecraft from Zeta Minor. There we go. Are you sure she didn't say I was parked right next to him? We said that. Parked right next to him. You're spot on. Gray, you're completely right. His original go time was interrupted. That caused him frustration, threw off his timing and emotions, and caused him to lose composure, leading to the misplaced sheath. I don't know about that, but Doordash delivered a slice of karma to the K-Bar clown. Great analysis. Yeah, never forget those aliens, okay? Gray was right again. I said it before and I'll say it again. Your work is unmatched. Well, thank you. Well, I mean, it's cool to hear that there's actually people out there that like, you know, a lot of times I get just hell in the comments. Your videos are amazing. Thanks for doing all the work you do. You work to show us. Wait, thanks for doing all the work to show us. Gray, the timing is right on point. You did a great job so that we, your audience, can picture it in our own heads. I was wondering if Doordash delivery person came close to running into BK. The timing of delivery is crazy close to BK being right in the neighborhood. No wonder BK wants this trial delayed. Imagine the evidence we don't know. Excellent analysis. But I've made videos on him at least having to pass the Doordash driver for a long time. I mean, that's as if people did stuff right as they were supposed to do it. Well, I mean, I'm just going to go by the comments that people made in the comment section. Yeah. Yeah, you just say, we delivered it, and then it readies the app, and then they walk over and take the picture. It says, Gray, please tell us that you are presenting your incredible work to someone on the prosecution. They would be so lucky to engage your expertise on the logistics and timeline. I mean, I get that a lot in different cases, by the way. You know, Delphi, this one, others. I mean, I'm just doing it the way I do it. It's not court ready. And then right here it says, you always get, when somebody says something positive, somebody always follows it up. Let's see what this one says. I'm sure the prosecution knows a lot more than Gray can speculate. I love his videos, and he does a great job figuring out and what happened without knowing the evidence yet. The prosecution already has the evidence. Well, I guess that's, that is true. I back engineer, but I think what the people see is I present the information, the same information that law enforcement likely has, but I present it in a way that's easier to understand than typically presented. That's what I think. What do you guys think about that? Great info, Gray. Are there records from... Yeah, I'll even like that guy. I mean, even though it's sort of negative. Brilliant. From all information we know, I agree with you. I do feel sorry for the Doordash driver, as her husband was killed, and she witnessed that. I'm not surprised she's upset, and maybe the cause of her drinking a bit. But she didn't even drink that day. She had no alcohol in her system. She needs much support and kindness. Anyways, if she saw Brian Kober, case over. I don't think so. I mean, all the citing is a timeline, unless she saw something specific. If she actually can say, yeah, I saw that guy, then that would be a big deal. But other than that, it's more of a timeline. Yeah, I saw the white Elantra. I was right here, and you know what I mean? Are there records from Doordash proving she delivered there? Well, of course there are. Jesus. I mean, these people. Yeah, and then Lisa said, of course. you gotta, hey, Lisa Valenzuela. Yeah, she's always in there. I mean, every time. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. We need more of you guys, though, okay? Come on. More of you need to get into the comments. And the only problem, see, this lady here is like, the only problem with this theory is that you can clearly hear the Doordash driver come down Taylor Avenue, around the corner, up King Road, and stop in front of 1122. Then you hear the key fob beeps, and you hear her leave at 4 o'clock. And some seconds, in some seconds. You don't hear any other cars during that time or after until 4:04, when you hear the Elantra approaching again, and of course it comes. It's just totally bogus. I mean, I know what there's other channels that try to tell you this different stuff. It says, ooh, he didn't get there till 4:07. She was there at 3:59. And I said, no, he was there 3 times prior, 3:31, 3:39, 3:57. Have you not been following the case? You think she is reliable? She's a state actor, that's all. I said, state actor? You're a pro burgers or nut jobs. And then this person said, you're dumb to them. State actor. I'm surprised they didn't call me a state actor. I am a huge state actor, everybody. I've been hired by the Kanika Jenkins case, the Kylie Rodney case, the Delphi case, the Debbie Collier case, the Idaho 4 case. I mean, I should be retired at this point. Instead, I'm still on these shows asking for support every single night, even though the state's sending me hundreds of thousands of dollars to put out false information. God, don't you think I would just love their checks and never have to worry about saying, hey, if you can please help support the channel tonight, that would be fantastic. By the way, you know. All right. This is solid work. Thank you for posting this. It's time to finish the case. We are done waiting while there's so much evidence. Is there confirmation that she came forward to the police as a witness early on? Or did the information come out when she was interrogated? Where do these people's brains come from? The same guy said the same thing on that trial channel. These people are clowns. I mean, what are you talking about? Then I said, yes, the police contacted her. Terrible reporting on some big channels on YouTube have people confused that aren't already aware of the case. Well done to the cop for not asking more and putting the case more at risk. That's not going to do any mistrial or anything. In fact, I don't even think the Doordash is really that important. You know, I mean, do you guys often think of the Doordash driver as being a sort of a linchpin, like a key moment? I don't even think about it. It's just like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool, you know. It's very unimportant to the case. You've already got the bushy eyebrows with Dylan Mortensen. You've got the DNA that proves that the white Elantra driving around was his, that he was in the house, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, that cop was pretty nice. I wonder if she makes a claim of seeing his bushy eyebrows as well. I should have went. Yet the killer still enters the house knowing a Doordash was just delivered. He should have known someone in the hour was awake. So what? I mean, he went in the back and he was just going to sneak up the stairs. Yeah, that's not true, Zozo. If you leave it at the door, you just take a picture of it. It might be different in your state, your country, but it's not like that over here. Thank you, Gray. I agree, 100%. She is the Doordash driver. Thank you. Gray, you are so biased and influenced by the mainstream media. Does this... You guys, this is... Look how crazy this sounds, right? Listen to this. Gray, you're so biased and influenced by the mainstream media. You're going to eat your words when Brian is exonerated. I can't wait to watch you crawl up your own ass. Everybody knows you're corrupt, like the Moscow law enforcement and the prosecution. Shame on you! By the way, you didn't actually notice the camera footage from 1112 house right next to 1122. You're boasting. I've only showed the video 1,000 times. I've shown it. I've shown the video from 1122 or 1112 King Road 1,000,000 times. These people are stupid. And then also 1330 Linda Lane. You're boasting and brainwashing everyone with your videos and false claims that the car that drives past that camera next to the murder house is a white car. You mean it's the lime green one? Then tell me why on camera footage the Halloween pumpkin on the porch of that house are white. Well, because it's a night vision camera and the color of the green appears to be white on that camera. Are you saying that that means that the car wasn't white just because the pumpkin looked white? Then tell me why on camera footage the Halloween pumpkins on the porch on the house are white. Who has ever seen a white Halloween pumpkin? White pumpkins and white car? Explain. Oh my God, these people. And I said, mainstream media, I barely watch them, fool. I base everything on the facts laid out in the documents. They often get their ideas from me, and they do. I mean, every time I put out something in order, it shows up on one of the big channels without one citation. I have put together all the footage available, clown. Try watching my channel for a minute. Even a fool like yourself might change their mind. Another clown pushing the lime green Elantra theory. Then Lisa says, "You again? When did you get out?" No, it's not, Zozo. You just say it's delivered. The app can't verify it. You just go like this. I delivered it. It gets the camera ready. Then you walk over, you take a picture of it, and then you set it there. You don't. These apps aren't like humans where they go, "Hey, you didn't deliver it, you bastard." You just say, "Yes, I delivered it." It readies the camera. You walk over to the house. You set it there. You take the picture. I mean, there was like 5 people in the comments that said, "Yeah, I'm a DoorDash driver. We do that all the time." Yeah. I mean, they literally said that. I mean, maybe it's different over there or whatever, but yeah. No, it is how it works. It is how it works. Yeah, I just explained it to you. Right, anyways, right here it says, the Excel spreadsheet in your map with moving vehicles is amazing. I'd want you on my defense team. Well, I wouldn't want to be on there. A Dateline didn't have the DoorDash car because they didn't figure it out. You did. I thought they said the DoorDash delivery parked at the back where Xana could get the food. No, nobody said that parked there. They just said that that's where it was delivered. Let's see. Or you, what do you mean, M10? Well, but why wouldn't you just listen to the actual DoorDash drivers themselves? That's how you're supposed to do it, Zozo. But that doesn't mean you can't circumvent their rules by just saying, I delivered it. It readies the camera. Then you walk outside, you place it, and take the picture. Don't you see that? I mean, of course there's rules on how they want you to do it, but it can't force you. You know? Like if you were like this, okay, I'm delivering it now, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, you tripped on something, and then you walk over there, and then, oh, I'm too late. I can't give you your food now because it had to be right when. I don't understand why it's difficult. I don't get it. Like, why is that not something that's, you know? You can't say you've delivered it until after the photo. Right, but can't you hit the button that says you're delivering it because it readies the camera? That's what the DoorDash people, like 3 of them in the comments said that. I don't know, man. I don't really care either. It's, you know. And so that would just mean that the 359 is not a real time, like I've always said. If it really can't be done, Zozo, then that means that the 359 flat, like I've thought, isn't real. That it really was like 359, 40 something, right when you hear the key fob, like that. It's not that deep. The software stamps the delivery time on the, yeah, I don't know what that means. When the photo then delivered. So if you want the timing to be right, then you go off the fat. Well, we can't because it's 359 flat. I think it's just they use the minute. I've said this before on the show a million times. I mean, what do you think the odds are that right at 359 they just happen to deliver it? I mean, it's like 1 in 60, right? So, I mean, isn't it more likely that database or whatever just rounded it up to the last full minute? and said 359, and maybe it was really 359, like 50 or something. You know, there's 2 beeps. They get out, deliver it, take the photo, maybe even closer to 4. I mean, it all still works the same. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to go by with what actual delivery people say that they can do. You know, a lot of these people figure out ways to circumvent time, and they just go, yeah. Just, you know, when you're hanging out with the other DoorDashers, they'll say stuff like, yeah, just say you already delivered, and then gets the camera ready, and then you walk up, and I mean, how would it know, you know? So you're saying that it has to be, the photo has to be taken, then it says it's delivered. See, that's opposite of what those DoorDash people said. What are you saying, M10? It does, and the order has to be confirmed. What do you mean? Can you explain it? What are you saying? Gray, do you know if the dasher can be seen leaving on... Well, of course. Yeah. He's on... The DoorDash driver is on the 1112 King Road camera. They just didn't want it shown, and that's why I think it was sort of intermingled with the Elantra at 404.56 when it was, you know, as a possibility of why they didn't release that. Are you a DoorDash driver, Sunita? I mean, why would there be 3 or 4 people in the comments that say that? They just made it up? Just for the hell of it? I mean, it's like, I just don't, people just don't do that. Why would you make up the same story, different people? I'm saying that Xana got her order and it had to be confirmed through either a picture or sharing location of dash driver. Well, couldn't that be the thing then at 3:59 that you say, hey, I'm here, and then she went over and delivered it? So your DoorDash, yeah, but in their internal system, though, how do we know that they're not saying, like, I arrived here or delivered it first, and then they go over and take the picture, and then that notifies the person inside? I mean, how do we know what you see, that Excel spreadsheet that we have one line from, how do we know where that came from? You know, like that time on that, where did that come from? How do we know that that's the same thing? Anyways, let's see what the next one makes perfect sense. Can you, anyone point me to the key fob reference? Yeah, it's in one of my recent videos on the DoorDash. Check them out. If spotted, why kill that night then? Well, he's ready to go. Let's see. The woman that booking her acts like she had no idea what she's talking about. Yeah. Ray's always right. I'm not always right. She's the reason he... that part I'm right about. She's the reason he left and made that fateful turn onto Ridge Road, giving a clear image of the car. I can't wait for the trial. Thank God for the 1112 King. Yeah, that camera is... without that camera at 1112 King Road, this would be... I mean, you still have the DNA and the knife sheath, but man, whew, crazy. I know when you say you've handed it to him, right, Zozo? When you say you've handed it to him. But see, that doesn't mean you really did hand it to him. So some of these people said, hey, I handed it to him. Then they walk over, sit it down, take a picture. You see what I'm saying? Right, so you say you've handed it to him, but you didn't. Okay? I'm just saying, you know how people start taking shortcuts? I think that's one of the ones that they do. Can you just buy into that at least? I mean, it's just... My Doordash will send me a picture of the wrong house where my order was delivered, and the delivery is always long gone before I get the picture. I mean, they steal it? Or what are you talking about? Let's see. I think she did see him twice and lit up his windshield. Her testimony at trial could totally awesome for sinking him. Absolute best crime channel. Thank you, Gray. So appreciate your expertise and hard work. That's just some user something or other. I think he parked more towards the back and used the path. Right, but that's not, we're not talking about on the fourth pass. You know, it's just Jesus. I don't understand why she had to wait to get arrested to decide to testify. Look at these people. Look at this. I don't understand why she had to wait to get arrested to decide to testify. Like if she had information to share, why didn't she do it as soon as she realized? Hopefully, I mean, it's just crazy. It's like, she did. She was interviewed. She was interviewed at the start of the case. Wake the hell up. Let's see. So the prosecution has already filed motions stating that Dylan Mortensen was the only one to see the perp. This case is as messed up. So the prosecution has already filed motions stating that Dylan Mortensen was the only one to see the perp. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then maybe she didn't see the perp, and her testimony is merely a timeline and what the vehicle was doing. She might be one of the only people who witnessed the vehicle. The literal vehicle. Like, she might be the only one that saw it with her own eyes driving around. Do you think Ann Taylor and her team watch your work? I don't know. She must see her case unraveling before her eyes with your incisive analysis. I mean, that's what I try to make it where it's like, look, I'm just putting this together, and this is how I would present it, and if you feel like it's devastating, it just might be. That's why I get a lot of hate from the pro burgers, because my videos just, they must go home and go, oh, jeez. Well, still, I mean, he, make up some story. I think you hit the nail on the head. The DoorDash driver was weirded out and wouldn't leave her car until he left. Makes a lot of sense. I think you're right on the money there, Grant. I mean, I don't think I've ever had as many positive comments in a video. Most of what you're saying is an assumption. You do not know where anybody parked. I can't believe people believe what you're talking about, and you need to stop saying that Brian Kohberger in the car, because no one knows that yet. They have the wrong car, and this chick is clearly a drug addict. Look at her. She can't even look at the camera. They probably are going to use her as a witness to let her get off on whatever the heck she did, and also giving her this information to talk about. And then look how this is a pro burger, like this would be in the dictionary next to a pro burger is this reply here. She was sequestered by the court to testify for the prosecution. Shouldn't this be private information? Man, these people, it was just in a body camera from a time she was pulled over. Exactly. Keep changing a story until it fits the narrative. They keep trying to put a puzzle together without all the pieces. I'm only using the pieces of the puzzle. You guys are insane, okay? Jesus, man. Anyways, that's gonna do it. I'm done. Let me see. Let's do Chat GPT. I don't know. Should we try to use Doordash Chat GPT to figure out the Doordash thing? Let's see. How does a DoorDasher, is that what their names are? DoorDasher mark a delivery to a house?
A DoorDasher, also known as delivery driver, marks a delivery to a house using the DoorDash driver app, also called Dasher app. Here's how it typically works, step by step. How a Dasher marks a delivery. Navigate to the address. The app gives GPS directions to the customer's address. The Dasher sees special instructions, e.g., leave at front door, call when outside, hand it to me. Arrive at the location. Once at the address, the Dasher taps arrived in the app. Complete the delivery based on type. Leave at door most.
See that right there? Once the address, Dasher taps arrived in the app. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what's on that spreadsheet. Not that it was delivered, but it arrived, right?
Most common. Dasher drops food at the door. Takes a photo of the delivery proof of delivery. App prompts them to...
Hey, look at the order they have it here. Number 2, arrives at the location. Once at the address, the Dasher taps arrived in the app. Then they do these other things. So I'm wondering if that's exactly what that is, because it's location based. Here, you know what? I guess we need to open that sucker up, right? All right, I'm trying to look it up, Zoza. We're trying to figure it out. If you're still out there. I know. It just seems like. Let me look here. Hold on. In here. That's that one. Is it this authentication one? Yeah, there it is. Wow, I've been to these files too much. All right, so here is that. All right, here it is. 11/13/2022 at 3:59. Right, they have to. But when you hit arrive, that might be what we're looking at here. See, and then she gets out of her car at 3. I get what you're saying. Yeah, she has to complete it, but that's why she says I'm arrived at 3:59, and then she gets out of her car at 3:59:46, or a little bit before that, because then we hear the beep. Then 3:59:48, and then 3:59:51. Then she goes over and delivers it somewhere in here, and then you hear the beep coming back to the car at 4 o'clock and 27 and 28 seconds, which is about 36 seconds in between the time. Now, generally, when you click the key fob, you're either already heading away from the car or almost back to the car, but you're not at the car. Right, so it's actually more time in the walking phase, like 43, 44, 45 seconds. Do you get what I'm saying? Let's go back to the, okay. I just wanted to look at this. So what's the headline up at the top? This says delivery time. So that's probably the same as arrival time, right? Like I'm at the scene. right? Creator, and then format, street. And then it has the, see, that makes sense too, because it has the latitude and longitude of the time when you get there. So you're like that. You're right when you get there. Let me see what the wording over here is again. So that's completing the delivery, but I would think that this is what's on that spreadsheet is once the address, the dasher taps arrived, then you complete the delivery by either leave it at the door, the dasher drops the food at the door, takes a photo of the delivery of proof of it, and then app prompts them to confirm delivery with photo, and then tap complete delivery. And then I guess there's another, you can hand it to the customer, dasher gives the food directly to the customer, may need to verify. What's this one? Location tagging. When they tap complete, DoorDash logs the GPS location and timestamp. Well, there you go. So that more matches that spreadsheet right there. When they tap complete, DoorDash logs the GPS location and timestamp. Well, there you go. That one more matches what Zozo was saying. Because that seems like, well, I mean, it matches that. I mean, the thing that those people said they can do, they click arrived and then they walk over and complete it. However, I'm talking about this spreadsheet here has the time and the geolocation data right there. So is that what they're talking about? I don't know. What happens when you hit arrive? Doesn't that also have GPS data? I don't know. What do you guys think about that? That's weird. So this one says location tagging. When they tap complete, DoorDash logs the GPS location and timestamp. This becomes part of the delivery record and is visible to both DoorDash and the customer. Let me see. When the dasher taps arrived, does that too store GPS location and time in a database? Let's see. Yes, when a dasher
When a dasher taps arrived in the DoorDash driver app, both GPS location and timestamp are automatically recorded and stored in DoorDash's back-end system.
Wow.
Here's what happens technically. Timestamp logged. The app notes the exact time the driver taps arrived. This is stored as part of the delivery timeline visible in the back-end system, and sometimes the support logs. GPS location captured. The app captures the GPS coordinates of the phone at that moment. This helps DoorDash verify that the dasher is actually at the correct address when marking themselves as arrived. Stored in DoorDash.
See, now I just showed that it could be either one of those, Zozo. See, look at that. When you type arrived, when you click on arrived, it also stores, I mean, it almost matches better. The app notes the exact time the driver taps arrived. This is stored as part of the delivery timeline visible in the back-end system and sometimes the support logs. GPS location is also captured at that moment. The app captures the GPS coordinates of the phone at the moment. So that's crazy, right? I mean, that's absolutely... what's not true, Stephanie? Jesus Christ, man. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, GPS logged for all those things because dashers often drop food in the wrong place. I don't know. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait till trial now because now there's two of them. Delivery time and arrival time both have the exact same. But this, this is back-end information, and that sort of seems like what this is. The thing that you were talking about, it says it's available for the... where was that? When they tap complete, DoorDash logs the GPS location and timestamp. This becomes part of the delivery record and is visible to both the DoorDash and the customer. So that seems sort of like a front end type of thing, where this right here looks like maybe this is from a report in the background. So I'm going to go by, it's either one, but I'm going to say it's the one arrived. Are we betting on this one, Zozo? At trial? Is it? I mean, this does say delivery time here. That does say delivery right there. So, I mean, that matches more the delivery time, not the arrival time. But, you know, I mean, who knows what their systems do? But what were you saying it's not true to? I don't even know what you're referring to. Yeah, it was Jack in the Box. Yeah. We'll do 25 because you've already got an advantage with the word delivery right here. See that? Since you have the word delivery there, I'm going to have to make it a $25 bet because, you know, you've already got an advantage with the word delivery. But at trial, maybe we'll find out that I'll take a screenshot of my next. Yeah. Maybe I'll call Doordash and ask a question. Maybe I can sort of talk to them briefly, you know, get this answered. And if I get it answered, if I get the real answer before trial, Zozo, forget it, man. Yee-hoo! If we have to wait till trial, though, then I'll bet you the $25. Well, actually, I'll give you 25 if you win and I get 50. Okay? Because you have an advantage with the word delivery on it. See that? His Bobcat on trailer had decomposition. He could have buried her at the rock wall. Okay. Cool. She might be on rewind, Missy. You know, people are, you know, when they tune in, they go to the beginning. So, but I've done the same thing. I'm like, hey, what are you talking about? We're talking about something else. I'm curious if Xana was handed the delivery. I don't think so. I mean, that would be amazing, though, if she went around the back and handed it to her at the sliding glass door. Man, how crazy would that be? Like, she actually saw Xana. All right, Zozo, if it makes it to trial and we don't have the answer, we'll do $50, all right? If it makes it to trial. If we know, I mean, meaning the question. Like, if I get the answer before trial, then there's no $50, all right? I think it said in documents it was marked as no contact. I don't remember that. Let's see. Doordash. Where else? It's only in here twice. Response representative, printed name. Oh, yeah. It's only in there twice. I don't see it. All right, but if I get the answer before trial, that's off. All right. Well, anyways, you guys, I think I'm going to get the hell out of here. Thanks for, it was an interesting show. Took, you know, pretty tough to try to get to the goals, but yep, so every night's not the same, I guess. I mean, it started off great. I mean, I was like, oh man, we're going to have one of those good nights. And then after that, it just went, wah, 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 wah. It almost sounded like this. Anyways, thanks, Alley Cake. And then right after that, I don't think we had any coffees tonight, do we? Oh, wait, one. Oh, Lisa Valenzuela. There we go. The Coffee Queen. I did have a Cash App from Tracy K. So that was cool. And that's it. Oh, wait, hold on. I guess we have a video really quick of Morphiew arriving at the jail. Let's see, hold on. He was probably playing baseball in Arizona. Now he's arrested again. Just the perp walk. You want to do the flyby where we go to the beach? The one I did a long time ago that's 20 minutes long? I did a drone flyby at a beach. Kit Kat. You want to see that one? Well, there he goes. There he goes. All right. I always like doing that one. It's kind of a cool, relaxing... Anyway, so we had 8675309 with a double cat eye. Everybody put the positive vibes out there for 8675309. Jenny Penny. She's been going through just hell. I mean, you know, I think she lost a parent, and then a long time ago, but it was actually a crime in that case, and she worked on that for a long time. And then she was just getting things back to normal again, finally. And then her, you know, she had another family, you know, I don't know if she wants me to say all the details, but another family member passed away. And now she's dealing with that. And, you know, she just needs, like, you know, put in those prayer, positive vibe hands, you know, like she needs those. And then thank you to Cheryl Moran, Little D, then Eagles, Stars, and Stripes. K-Me, Alley Cake, Stephanie Sprague, and then Cheryl Moran did a double cat eye. Then Michelle H. gifted a membership, Alley Cake, Derek Sherman gifted one, I think he gifted another one later, then Michelle H., Cheryl Moran, Alley Cake, Stephanie Sprague, Lil D, Lil Puppy Paws, Alley Cake gifted one, Cheryl Moran gifted one, Carly T., became a new member, then Jessica Schubach gifted one, and then Cindy J randomly gifted a membership. Then Stephanie Sprague, and then Lil Puppy Paws, Derek Sherman gifted another one. Thanks, man. And then Kit Kat, and then I gifted 5, then Walker became a new member, and M10 gifted 5. So, not a lot of action in there. We just got lucky, really, with the 2 very generous donations in there. All right. Cool. All right, you guys want to, let's do the where the hell am I? I don't even know where I am right now. Let's see, go live. I have to open up my control panel again. There we go. Right there. So are you there, Kit Kat? This one's really cool. If you haven't seen it, right? Let's do it. It's really peaceful. It's really, like, if you're, I think this is one of those videos that you could just totally relax and zone out. Let's see. And it's weird too, because nobody ever watches it. I mean, it's only got like total, I think most of the views are mine. It's on my channel and it has 735 views. Actually, there are 26 comments in there. That's pretty interesting. What's the newest one? 1 month ago. M10 commented in there. And she said it was part of her playlist. Alright, let's see. This is awesome now. This is better than... Well, it's different. I can't say it's better. We used to do those flybys, but... You ready? Kit Kat, here we go. Yeah, I'm sure you haven't seen it. Here, watch this. I'll turn off my audio. So here we go. This is like 20 minutes long. So here we go. See, there I am, sitting right there. Look at that. Can you see that? I got the goggles on, and then there's a controller in my right hand. And I'm just, it's so peaceful. I'm like the only one out there sitting on a, it's warm out, sitting on a, you know, a lounge chair, and just flying around like a bird. It's crazy. Lost him. Well, there you go, everybody. Have a good one. Be safe out there.